All right, hi guys, we are live, and can everyone hear me? Let me know if you guys are hearing any audio problems. Just let me know, okay? Hey, and so welcome to episode 2 of Direct Access MixStream. Here, I'm JD. Okay, this week's episode, we're gonna be featuring a hip hop track by a group named Akatsuki, and the title of song is called "Who the Boss." So, first of all, I want to welcome all of you. Right, welcome to all the new viewers. And first of all, let me just get a couple of things out of the way. So, very big thank you for all our patrons, right? And for their very generous contributions. Last week we did a charity live stream, and your contributions really mean a lot. Okay, quick update. All right. So those who have been following last week's live stream, the song that I did with Slapshock Unshakable is already out. Okay, the links are all gonna be in the description, which below later, which you can see. Okay, so I'm also running a special offer on Patreon. So for those who are gonna sign up, check it out. Right. So what you're gonna get, okay? If you sign up to become a direct access or VIP access tier patron, you're gonna be getting this baby here. Right, this is a limited edition Project EAR CD. This is a physical copy. Very last, super limited, super rare. You know, these are the last remaining few ones that are gonna be that's in existence. Okay, I'll leave all these details in the description below. Okay. Right. Now, a couple of other things. I wonder if the guys from Akatsuki are here in the chat. Right. If they're here, if you guys are in the chat, please say hi. Say hi to the viewers. Okay. All right. And a big thank you, my good friend Chris Pereira from Isenius Productions, all the way from KK Sabah, is also in the chat. Is going to help to sort of moderate the chat. If you have any questions, you have any comments, you want to leave your feedback, or you have anything you want to ask, right? Just leave it in the chat section, and I will look at it and get back to you and reply after the stream. Okay. Okay, so remember, how does direct access MixStream work? Okay, now, so the main thing is that any sort of revenue that we generate from this live stream, okay, 50% of it is gonna be going to the artist feature. That means 50% of any sort of revenue is gonna go to the guys from Akatsuki. So this is a way that you can directly support your favorite independent artists, whilst also, getting to sort of a sneak peek behind the upcoming single. Okay, so let's without any further ado, okay, let's head on right down to it. So let's take a look first of all at this session that I have right up here. Okay, let me just make my video screen a little bit smaller, okay, so you can sort of see it better. Just a little bit smaller. Okay, here we go. Okay, cool. So first of all, these are all the tracks that we have, as you can see. You have all the drums here, you have the effects, you have the piano, you have all the various instruments, the synths, strings, and down here would be all the vocals, okay? Vocal tracks from the different members in the group. Then right down below, you have the hook, and you also have some of the additional ad-libs. Okay, cool. So first of all, first thing before we do any mix, let's just take a quick listen to the whole song. So I roughly balanced the whole track from start to end. So what you're going to hear is a rough balance of this track, okay? So let's take a listen, all right? Okay. Hey there, I just realized that the all the vocals are not playing, and that's because this plugin of the authorization is not there. Okay, let me just get it out of the way, then we'll continue. Okay, sorry about that. There we go.
Akatsuki datang berkabus, Wack MC semua berambus. Masa tak ada masalah, yang masa yang laga macam bagus. Wah Spitfire, rumah terbakar tak jumpa tangga. I live in the bar, swinging punchline serupa Zangief. I'm so real, semua kena dengue. Ramai menganjing bila jumpa jadi Scooby-Doo. With the boss and the fall. You be who? Bos aku mahal, lu tak cukup tambang. Mana Eminem, warna kunyah kacang. MC kaki kencing jadi wakarang. Akatsuki flip girl di dalam potluck.
Who the boss paling rough? Bila aku boss, korang semua jadi level-level staff. Akatsuki kamu seluruh orang, rest in peace. Wah kami tenang and rest with the beats. Korang bapak kami level atuk. Sarung durek kat kepala takut. Jenis yang pakai jeans tapi suka skirt. Kami freestyle tak ada jenis written word. Budak muda belum lagi gerak. Kami sudah twerk. Awet ludah twerk. Bila kill ludah verse. We the boss start. We top boy bukan ascot. Pulling workplace sedap pulas now. Director babu cut.
Akatsuki on the pen, I made these rappers out of phobia and they're feeling like I feel the energy. We silent I keep it in a bandana cause we're crippling this. We put your rap in the clothes, that's how we heal in this bitch. Rah! You get no tone and gun salute, but 21 barrels when I blow you in the boot. You love to preach and it's sad, brother, here's the truth. You're going nowhere, man, cooking in the coop. You lacking what we real, call it passion. These actions we make, kept you talking, you bark when I bite and you type in the comment like a warrior and fight. You all can't get bullshit all these years, but irrelevant. Ha! The room's in the elephant, yeah. You've pissed me off again, then it's hell I am bringing in. Be prepared cause this walls tell me everything.
lagi gerak kami.
Oh shoot, man. Was my mic muted all this while? Oh no. Okay. Oh no, my mic was muted all this while for the past 2 minutes. Sorry, guys. Okay, I was basically just talking about how do I get the tracks organized and how I will do a future video. Okay, a video of my mix template. Okay, so basically while my mic was muted all the while, I can just sum it up in 2 sentences. Okay, have the mix during the mix prep, everything is nicely prepped and everything is organized. Okay, and also my mixing template. Okay, I'll do that in the future video. Okay, so I was just about to start get into the question of initial levels. Okay, so when we talk about initial levels, right? So again, let's look back at the overall volume of the entire mix. It helps to set your initial level and your gain staging, so that first of all, because you do not want to overload, you do not want to clip your mix bus. That's obviously a bad thing. All right. Secondly, you also do not want to end up with levels which are too low, because later in the mastering stage, when you're gonna bring up and you maximize all the levels, you might end up raising up the noise floor as well. So what's a good starting point? What's a good starting point? So for me, I look at the kick drum. All right. So let's highlight a section of the kick drum over here, and let's play that, just the kick drum only. Okay. All right. So I'm going to take a look at the master. Let me reset the meters. Okay. So as you can see, right, the meter peak level, it's going to be about minus 12. I aim for about minus 12 dBFS. Okay. So this is about minus 12.5. That's pretty okay. That's pretty all right. Okay, it doesn't have to be like an exact precise number every time. Right, so minus 12, minus 12.5 is good. So that is a good starting point for me. So I set the kick drum at about that level, so that on the master it peaks at about minus 12. All right, so I know that at that level, when I balance everything else in the mix, it's gonna be fine, without overloading the master bus, without clipping it, and without clipping it. So okay, you guys can hear me already, right? Okay, I just saw in the chat, it's pretty hard to be doing this live stream and also kind of monitoring the chat as well. Okay, cool. All right, let's move on. Okay, so let's start with the kick drum. So very important, of course, in hip hop would be the beat, right? Because this is gonna be, hip hop is all about. It's all about the beat, man. All right. So let's start. Let's start with the kick drum. Now, a couple of elements I want to sort of show you. So remember, I sort of talked about this before, right? So inside a DAW in the digital inside the digital work environment that we are nowadays, so we kind of are missing. We a lot of great and the big records are still being mixed on the large format analog consoles. But one of the ways that we want to try to recreate the analog flow is by using tape emulation and console emulation plugins. So what I have, I'm going to pull up, all right, is a little preset that I have, right? In this case, it's called Mix VCC VDM 4K. Let me pull up this preset, okay? So let's take a look at what it is. Right, so I've got actually a couple of plugins in here. The first one I have here is the virtual tape machine, right? So I'm basically simulating the path flow of, as if the music, in this case the kick drum, was recorded on tape machine. So what I choose would be 30 IPS. Let's go for because this is drums, let's go for 15 IPS, which is a slightly warmer sound, a little bit more low end. 2-inch 16 track, tape type FG456. Again, I'm going for a slightly warmer, much fatter sound. Okay. Right. So that is the tape machine, and what I have next, right, is inside VMR, the virtual mix rack would be first of all the virtual channel. Now in this case, when I sort of mix hip hop or hip hop stuff, hip hop material, I usually either go for the Brit 4KE, which is actually an SSL 4000E emulation, or sometimes I'll go for the Brit 4KG, which is more of a SSL 4000G sound. But for this track, I'm kind of go more towards a 4000E. So you're gonna see this, all right? I'm going to be using this emulation instead. So that is going next into this FG73, which is a emulation of a Neve 1073 preamp section. My virtual drive is about 50, right? Usually I don't go above, but I do have to check and be careful sometimes, right? Because I want to be careful. I don't really want to drive this into overdrive because that goes into distortion. Unless I want to do it as a special effect, but we will see when the situation comes whether we need it or not. Okay, so this plug-in chain, all right, of virtual tape machine and virtual mix rack is basically going to be on every single instance of every track on that's in the mix. So that's how it works. We're trying to emulate the workflow of a analog console. Okay, so without further ado, all right, let's go into the mixing itself. Let's take a look at the kick drum. Here we go. Okay. Right, I'm gonna pull up an SSL EQ. Let's look for it. FGS. Let's go narrow bandwidth. Okay, I want to take out about 200 hertz because that's more of the a little bit of boxiness over there. Okay. I'm hearing a sort of a little bit of a clip of a distortion. I wonder what's that actually. Let's see where is it coming from. Okay, just a little bit of a shelving down at about 55 hertz, right? And I have my filter and not a low pass filter because I don't want everything that's below 20 hertz. You see, it's not really necessary over there. Okay, now I'm not going to spend so much time, soloing and all this stuff and EQing all this stuff, because it's very important to always listen and sort of mix everything. Hey guys, can you hear me? I'm back. Sorry, something just went weird with the power. Not sure whether it's the UPS or something like that. I am running through a UPS, but suddenly I just lost power to my entire DAW. So really weird situation. Okay, but I'm back right now. So let me just boot up the Cubase again. And we'll get on with the live stream in just a couple of minutes, okay? Right. Thanks again. All right. Well, sorry for all these technical difficulties. It's a very weird thing. I've never had this sort of thing happen before. The power supply just went out like that. Okay. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Doesn't happen. Okay. Thanks again for those who are still. I hope you guys haven't left the stream and you are still in the chat. Hope you guys are all staying safe, right? Remember, wash your hands frequently. If you're going outside, only travel only for important and essential matters. Take care of your personal hygiene. Practice your social distancing, okay? All right. Okay. For the first time of booting up Cubase, it does take a while because it's kind of running through all the authorizations for all the licenses of all the various plugins. So the very first instance of booting Cubase usually takes a bit of time. But after that, when you load the different projects and all that, it's all good usually. Okay. All right. A big shout out to Amir. We have two Amirs actually. We have Amir Farhan and Amir Mario. And a big shout out also to you, Zach. Zach is one of our patrons. Thank you very much, Zach, for your support to the channel. Eudora, all the way from KK Sabah. I hope you are staying safe and doing well over there. Right. Who else is there? Palok? Okay. Palok, where are you from? Please say hi in the chat and let us know where you're from. and Akim the Monster. Thanks for joining in, guys. All right, there we go. It's moving a lot faster right now. Okay, let me bring the project back up again. Who the boss? Okay, hopefully no technical issues are gonna pop up again. All right. That was really weird. Just sort of losing power to the whole PC. Not in my PC. Basically everything that's in my main equipment rack over here just suddenly lost power. But everything else, was fine. Like the lights, like my mixer and all that, all had power. Just the DAW and the equipment rack. Well, hopefully there's nothing wrong. It's not gonna happen again. Okay, just gonna load the project up. Well, by the way, I think we're entering like day 31 of the whole restricted movement control order, right? I think you've been following the news. It's been some pretty positive and encouraging news actually. I think the number of cases yesterday was below 100, was 80 plus. And I just sort of read that the number of cases of new reported cases today was actually about 65, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so it does look on a downward trend. So keep it up, guys. All of us there are putting it together as one team. Everyone in Malaysia is pulling it together as one team. We have to hang on in there. We have to hang on for the long run. Okay, and hopefully we'll get over this situation. And once again, we'll be back together in the studio. Okay. And here we go. We are back. Okay. Okay, so as I was saying, I'm not going to go and dive too much into the EQs. Just a very little bit, a little touch of EQ on the kick first, because I want to hear what else is happening in context. Okay, let's go. All right, interesting. So the snare has got like a little triangle thing going on as well. Okay. Let's just roll out everything here. Hi-hats. With hi-hats, as you can see, there's absolutely almost nothing below from 2K and below, so you can have this all the way up to 1K. Same goes with this triangle. It's nothing below 1K, man. So let's just high pass everything up there. All right. To be honest, to me, the tracks already sound really good. All these instrumental bits already sound really good on its own, and I don't think I need to do much to it. It doesn't really feel like even need to do much of EQ, just balancing it. And this actually goes back to a very important point. Mixing is, in fact, right, to me, 70% of mixing is really all about, number one, your arrangement, your musical arrangement, and related to that, your choice of sounds. So, if the arrangement is really, really good, all right, if you have a good arrangement and you have a good choice of sound, you're already getting there. It's already like 70%, 80% of the way, So my job as a mixing engineer is just to sort of balance and to, make the parts and make all the different tracks shine a little bit more. So let's just look at it again, all right? Okay. Just gonna add a little bit of the custom series just to give it a bit of okay. All right. Just gonna take a look at the crash now. There is a little bit of low end I heard just now. Let's kind of get rid. Yep. Don't really need all that low end from this app. Okay. Now I feel that now listening to everything, the tracks really sound good. Let me just put a bit of I feel like I want to give the kick drum a little bit of attack. So one of the favorite things that I do is actually this little thing right here. This is the U73 compressor, right? So it's by Audified. It also works within a VMR. So let's take a look, all right? And they've got a preset in here which is called the Smacky Mall. So this is kind of like a parallel compression where they sort of parallel so you can get like you can sort of enhance and increase the attack. So let's take a look at what it's doing. All right. There we go. Okay. All right. So without it, it's good. It's nice. It's very rounded. All right. But I just like to give it a little bit of attack, just a little bit. All right. So let's see how it goes. Yeah, I like that, right? It's a slightly punchier, right? So this is, again, maybe in context of we need to always check and listen in the context of the whole mix. Let's bypass. Let's bring it down, maybe 6.5. Okay, I'm good. I'm pretty happy with that. All right. Okay. Now for the snare, which is actually more of a clap, all right. I would probably want to give it a little bit more bite. And what I would usually do, what I love to use on things like snares would be the API. EQ. So this is the FGA. It's their version. It's their emulation of the API 550. Okay. It's the emulation of the API 550. But it's cool that instead of just 3 bands, it has actually got 4 bands. The mid frequency MF1 and mid frequency 2 MF2. It's actually 2 duplicate instances of this. So it's pretty handy. Okay. So let's put the filter. Filter is to sort of filter out all the super sub lows and all the super highs. Here we go. Okay. So let's see. Maybe a bit more smack around 1.5. Yeah, so, just automatically doing that, just makes it a little bit punchier as well. Okay. Okay, let me just bring it down by 1 dB. Okay. And again, it's very important to always, make a volume comparison, you want to make an equal volume comparison because our ears can deceive us. the human ear usually associates something that's louder as nicer. So, you know, in this instance, whenever we're adding EQ, we are going to end up making it louder. So I want to compensate and just bring it back down so that, you know, so that I'm not being fooled by just because I'm hearing it louder and thinking that it's better. Okay? Okay, here we go. Let's listen again to the beat, what we have. Sweet. Okay, what I would like to do now is I will probably want to add a touch of reverb on the stuff like the hi-hats and triangle, just to give it a little bit of little bit of space and ambience. So it depends. You know, sometimes you want to do it, sometimes not. So what I have here is I'm going to import. I've got. Let's look at my IR library. And we're talking about IRs as in the impulse responses for all the different reverbs, okay? So here we go, impulse responses. Okay, I've got a huge library of all these impulse responses. So if you are using some kind of a what we call the convolution reverb. In this case, what I'm using here is Steinberg's reference, right? You can import an impulse response from... an impulse response is basically a sampling. You know, you're sampling either, number one, you can sample a specific room, a specific space, or hall, an actual physical sample of the frequency response that you generate, you know, from an actual physical hall. So either that, or you can also run it through, let's say, a piece of equipment to get a sample of the frequency of the impulse response of that piece of gear, that particular piece of equipment. So let's go back into my impulse library, because I have one which I really like to use. Okay. Oh, by the way, if you guys really want to check out all this, do let me know if you want to. You want me to share all these impulse responses. These are all free, by the way. None of this, but I've collected it over the years. I can always post it up online for you guys to download. So I have one which is, you know, from a sample from the presets of my Yamaha SPX 990. This, for those who are familiar with it, we're working with the SPX 990. It's an old classic, you know, not a super expensive, but it works really, really great, and it's a very, very popular effects unit back in the day. So, okay, let's gonna put this. I had like a little short reverb, a snare plate reverb, just about 1 second. Now, just to add a little bit of. All right. Okay, just a tiny bit, just to give it a bit of space behind. Same goes with the triangle. Let's go with the, let's look for the triangle. All right, cool. Yep. So that's pretty much the drums, okay? So let's move on very quickly. So in hip hop, the drums are very important, but the very important next and equally important thing also would be the 808. Okay, so in this case, the 808 bass is holding the, you know, it's holding the low end, the foundation of the track together. So here we. Cool. All right. So same thing. We take virtual tape machine, virtual mix rack with the virtual channel and FG73. Okay. So with bass, all right, I would usually, again, this is pretty good sounding already. And what I will usually do bass, I will usually send it to a group. Okay. So let me just bring the group down here, so that it's easier for us to see. Here we go. Right. So regardless of whether it's like a mono bass or stereo bass, I'll usually send my bass any sort of basis to always to a group here. And within this group, I've got a couple of plugins. All right, so let's just sort of take a look at what I'm using. So what I put first in the chain here is, all right, Wave C4, which is a multi-band compressor. Okay, so what I have is basically there are 4 bands inside the Wave C4 and the multi-band compressor, but I'm actually only going to be using one, which is the low band here, right here. Okay, so everything else, the mid, the high bands and all this, the second, third, and fourth bands are all bypassed, so they're all inactive. So what this is kind of doing is that, you know, everything below about 200, 180 and below, right, I'm gonna have the Wave C4 sort of control the low end. Okay, so let me play the 808. Let's take a look. Okay. All right, just a touch, right? Okay, so this is everything that's below. Let's see. Yeah, maybe about 200. Yeah, pretty good. Let me just experiment and see. Sometimes with basses, I like to give it a bit of maybe the preamp saturation. Let's see how it sounds if I drive this a little harder. Okay, might be a bit too much, all right? Because as you can hear, the 808 already has a little bit of that buzzy, overdrive, slight overdrive sound to it. So probably don't need to add it. Okay, cool. So next thing that I have right over here is a really cool plugin called the Surfer EQ. Now, right, this is a plugin which is developed by a company called Sound Radix. Okay, right. So this one, all right, Sound Radix makes some really radical and very innovative plugins. Right, they have things like auto align, they have drum leveler, they have a lot of this, but this is one of it. It's called the Surfer EQ. All right, so now this is actually the light version, okay, the Focusrite edition, because this is actually free to every registered Focusrite user. So if you own any kind of piece of Focusrite hardware, you go and you sign into your account. You try and look underneath inside your account details. They actually offer a lot of free plugins, like free access to sample libraries and sort of that. And they always announce, they always announce and update with some new plugins from time to time. Right, so this is really cool. So what Surfer EQ does, I'll show you in a little bit. It's an intelligent EQ. It's called Surfer because it does this. So pay attention, right, to the green circle here, because this is the surfing band, so to speak. Okay, so let's take a look. Can you see what it does? Right. So Surfer EQ is an intelligent EQ which tracks the pitch, which tracks has the ability of tracking the frequency, right, and following it automatically. So that's why it's called surfing, because it's kind of like, surfing on the waves. It's sitting on the wave. So what it can do a lot of cool things. So you can some of the cool things that it can do, like in this case, if you want to sort of boost the sort of the fundamental of only that particular note, because in a normal regular EQ, when you sort of apply a boost of, let's say, 100 and below, if you boost 2 dB, all right, of 100 hertz and below, everything below that gets boosted up, right? So that also kind of brings up, maybe you have some unwanted, sub boom on the subs and all that, okay? But what Surfer EQ can do is, all right, it can just target that particular frequency. So in this case, if I set it to here, we have this is what I call the harmonic, right? This is the, if I'm not mistaken, they refer it to as the harmonic value. So 1 refers to the root, okay? So here you can set different bandwidths. Let's go for the most narrow bandwidth. So what I do is that, okay, so I'll show you. So let's say we have a 2.5 dB boost here. And this Surfer EQ is going to track every time the note of the 808 plays at that particular frequency, okay? So take a look, see? Cool. Very, very cool, right? Okay. So that's one of the ways that you can use Surfer EQ. You can also not only use it on bass, you can use it on a lot of other stuff as well. But another thing which I like to use Surfer EQ for is that I can sort of remove sometimes unwanted upper harmonics. Okay, so bass guitar, right, or bass in general, right, and bass guitars in particular, right, sometimes they have some upper harmonics as well. So you can always do it. You can always change this value. You can bring this up, right? You just click and hold and go to 2. So 2, what is 2? So 2 would be the 1 octave above the fundamental. So in this case, right, the fundamental note that I had was 53 hertz. So when you do it, when you double that times 2, you get, in this case, 107, right? Approximately 107, okay, hertz. And you can sort of repeat it, right? So you have the third harmonic, which is a fifth above, all right, the note, okay, which is a fifth above the A note, as you can see here, all right? So you can also get 160, and so on and so forth. You repeat it. 4 would be the 2 octaves above, right? So it's the note A, but 2 octaves above, and then so on and so forth, okay? So this will be the fifth harmonic. Okay, let me just sort of exaggerate a little bit so you can sort of hear what's kind of going on. You can hear that note. Right? So sometimes in some bass instruments, right, if you want to sort of give a little bit more power, a little more clarity, you want to sort of scoop out some of these unwanted mids as well. So this is something that you can sort of apply. So Surfer EQ is really, really good at that. Again, it targets and it's an intelligent EQ that very, very specifically targets a certain frequency, be it either the root frequency, either an octave above, like a fifth above, or some of the upper harmonics. If there's some, if there's an instrument or if there's a sound source which is kind of generating a little bit more too much harmonics, all right, you can use this, right? Surfer EQ is really, really cool because it helps to, target just those frequencies. And because it's an intelligent surfing EQ, all right, it's not like a basic EQ where you just sort of set one frequency and you only and it doesn't move. This one will react and respond to every single change, right? So it's really, really cool. But in this context of this song, all right, now 808s don't really need I don't really need to cut out all of the upper harmonics. In fact, I feel like, in the case of 808, sometimes I want to add some of the upper harmonics instead. So what I'm going to do is probably just keep this at the root setting, which is here, 1.0, right, and about 2.5 dB. So let's sort of check it out how it goes. go back into the group. All right. Okay, now what I have next in the chain, I have the I have this UAD 1176A. I love using the 1176 on basses, right? So let's play around with it and see whether or not it affects anything. So I'm not really using the 1176 again. It's not really more for dynamic control, right? Because this the bass is the 808. It's kind of dynamically, it's already sort of sitting there. Nothing's really poking out. You know, again, it's because it's a good choice of a sound. You know, it was a good choice of sound. Really helps. So let me just take a look and see. Let's take a listen and see whether or not this is adding anything. Yeah. Let's just loop that. It's bypass. Okay, cool. All right. So what I sort of like about it, so the 808 not only has it the long, does it have the long notes, but there are some of the higher notes which it sort of jumps up as well. Do 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 do. So sometimes when it gets to those higher notes, the vol level kind of jumps up a little bit. So for me, I'm using the 1176 to sort of just control those notes. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, let's bypass without. Yeah. For me, not only does it sort of control the dynamics of those notes, but, you know, but it's actually kind of helping out. 1176 has a little bit of its own. It's a slightly dirtier, has a little bit more distortion than the different models of the other 1176, like the LN, the black face, and all that. So the blue stripe 1176, right, is usually a lot more dirtier sound. So I like that. It's kind of, you know, again, adding a little bit more harmonics into the 808, making it slightly richer, a little bit more richer sounding, right? So it's, again, not so much because of level control, right? But as you can sort of see, my attack is really slow, right? So this is a really slow attack, because if I had this a very fast attack, it's gonna be, you know, slamming the compression a little bit too much. And again, a very quick release. Gone. Very slow attack and a fairly quick release. Okay? All right. Okay, now, one thing, all right, the next thing which I sort of feel like I want to do is that I probably want to sidechain compress the 808. Okay? Because this is going to help the kick drum stand out in the mix a little bit more. All right, so how are we going to do that? Okay, really simple. All right, so I'm not sure if you're using your DAW, so some of them will probably have a sidechain feature. But what I'm going to do in Cubase is I'm just going to load up a standard compressor. Let's put it to maybe about ratio of 3, very quick attack. Let's turn off the auto makeup. Okay, so what it's important, here's how we're going to do. All right, so I'm going to activate the sidechain. Right, so activating the sidechain means that the compressor is going to be listening to the sidechain input. All right, okay, so now we go back to the bass track here. This guy, sorry, we go to the kick drum. All right, so here we go. This is the kick. And let's take a look at the sends. All right, we're gonna activate one of the sends, and it should be going to. Okay. Oh, I don't see the side chain. Let's see, why is it not going to the side chain, huh? Let's take a look at it again, okay? Side chain on, yes, okay. Kick drum. Okay, that's really weird. Where is this? Where is the side chain, man, for the bass? Okay. Let me just put this back at master first. Okay, that's really weird. I can't find where the side side chain is. Oh boy. Okay, let's kind of let me sort of skip this in a bit. Let me just double check and see. Where is the side chain, man? Okay, let's put it here. Side chain. Kick drum. And okay, that's a bit weird. That's a little bit strange. I'll sort of take a look and sort of in now. So well, Cubase is just acting up a little bit strange today, I guess. You know, we are living in like real strange times. Everything is acting weird and going a bit crazy. So let me sort it out. I'm not sure why I can't find the side chain. The side chain feature is usually always there. Okay, maybe is it because I had this in bypass? Was that why? Let's take a look again. All right. No, it's not the reason why. Okay, let's move on forward, okay? So sometimes, all right, maybe I'll do another video, all right, where I'll specifically sort of take a look at this technique. So what I was trying to do, all right, when I talk about side chaining the bass, all right, is that I strap a compressor across the bass, and as this compressor listens to the side chain, all right, so the side chain is chained to the kick drum. So what this happens is that every time the kick drum plays, it'll cause the 808, the bass, to just duck down a little bit. So every time the kick drum plays, the 808 kind of ducks down just a tiny bit, all right? So it's going to give the space and give space for the kick drum to push through. So it's a very common technique that, you know, we'll sometimes use in much more beat, much more dance-oriented styles of music. Okay, so sometimes you can also use this in rock context. Also, you can also use it sometimes, but very often I tend to kind of use this more for hip hop or more towards EDM style of music. Okay, let's move on. Okay, let's go next. Right, let's add in all the different instrumental elements. Okay, I'm going to start with, you know, whatever's holding the chords first. So piano, probably. Cool. Let's listen to. Okay, this little xylophone thingy, this xylophone part. Okay, let's give it a little bit of interest. Cool. Let's do this. I want to make this xylophone part just a little bit more interesting. Give it a bit of motion. So I'm going to put the Cooper time cube, which is a form of a analog delay. Okay. Okay. Let's sync it. Cool. Yeah. So it's adding a little bit of more dimension to it. It's going to bring down the volume, right? Because it's probably a bit too much. Again, bypass. Yeah, so again, it's very, very subtle. Subtle things just to give it a little bit more space, right? Just make everything a little bit bigger, a little bit wider. Okay, let's go to the piano. Okay, this guy, I would kind of like to sort of bring this piano a little bit up again, so let's go with the FG stress. Okay. Let's play that part, piano 2, which happens in the Let's go for the opto mode. Release so go to 10 because this is going to be opto. It's a bit of rigging there. Okay, cool. All right. Now, I'm actually going to skip ahead, all right, and not going to look into all the other instruments first. And there's a very good reason why, all right. For me, all right, vocals, again, I think in any mix, whether it's in hip hop or whether it's in rock or is it pop, in the end, the vocals artist is the one that's gonna be selling the song. It's the one that the listener is gonna be engaged with. That's where all the emotion, that's where all the feel, that's where all the vibes gonna come from. Yes, the beat and the music and instrumentation is important, but in the end, I think vocals are very, very important as well. So for me in the mixing stage, I try to bring in the vocals in as early as possible. Right, for me, I don't really want to work on spend so much time on making all the instrumentations sound great, and then suddenly when I bring in the vocal, I find that I'm gonna have to work so hard and have to sort of maybe apply a little bit too much extreme processing for the vocal to sort of to cut through all the instrumentation. So I like to bring in the vocal very early on, work on making it sound good and sound great first, and then only sort of bring in the rest of the instrumentation. So very quickly, obviously the foundation of the mix, all right? The drums, the beat, the bass, maybe some of the main rhythmic and the chordal instruments, in this case, the piano, right? I'll bring all those in, mix those first, and then step on and move forward and move to the vocals next. So let's take a look, all right? So I like to work on the hook and the choruses first because, again, all right, it's the most important part of the song. So let's take a look, all right? So at the hook, so they have 6 tracks, basically seven actually, but it's actually 6, all right? So it's 2 tracks each, doubled, right, from each of the vocalists, right, from Akin, from DMent, and also from Kwai, right? I hope I'm pronouncing the names right. Okay, apologies if I'm not. So let's take a look at the chorus, all right, at the hook.
Who the boss? 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 Who? Okay, cool. All right.
Now, I'm actually was kind of curious actually, so I don't know whether whether DMent you can answer in the if you're watching this, right? If you can answer in the chat, or maybe I'll ask you later. But it seems that the vocals that you've already were either recorded with compression or maybe you exported it with some compression on, but that's perfectly fine because I can work with it whether it's been compressed or not, right? But it sounds like it's already been run through some sort of a compression, right? And that's okay. That's cool, all right? That's cool. I don't mind because obviously it sounds good. It was not over compressed, all right? Obviously, if it was something that was kind of overdone, over compressed, then it's gonna have a negative impact towards the vocals. But in this case, it sounds pretty good. Okay, so with vocals, all right. Now, even though this has already been sort of compressed, I was kind of show you what I have here. So same thing. I have the Virtual Tape Machine, VTM, and VMR. But I also have one extra thing here, right, which I put on vocals. So this is FG Stress, and there's a very cool preset here which is called Parallel Nuke. So what I love to do on vocals, and I do this on almost every single vocal actually, is I always love to do parallel compression. So how this allows me to do is because of the mix knob, right? You can always mix whether you want to have a full 100% of the compressed sound, right? So this is 100%. This will be 100% of the uncompressed, the original sound.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
All right, and then this will be 100% compressed.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
So let's find a.
Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who?
Okay, cool. I think I don't need that much, just maybe 25%. Again, because it sounds like the vocals already have a little bit of bit of compression to it already. So I'm just gonna add maybe about 25%. Okay, so let's go look through all this.
Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss?
Just a little bit of EQ. Let's just gonna roll off everything.
Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss?
Everything below 75.
Who the boss? 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 Who the?
Okay, a little bit of there's a little bit of resonance here.
Who the boss? 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 Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? 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 Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who?
And a little bit at about 400. So there's a bit of resonance here at about 400 hertz, and also a little bit at about 1.7. So I just sort of like to take it out. All right. So let me just set on this was it's a little bit sibilant, but I will take care of that with a de-esser later on. Okay, cool. So now, this would be hook for A1, hook A1 and A2, which is Akin. So right. So because it's double, all I do is I just copy the preset over, copy the settings over to this track over here. All right. So drag to copy. All right. So both of them, as you can see, are going to have the exact same signal path in the inserts and also your inside the channel strip and EQ, right? So the exact same one. So set the panning back. Okay, let's look at the next one. All right, so let's look at. So this would be DMent's vocal.
Who the boss? 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 Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who?
Okay, so I'm sort of detecting like a sort of a build up around, on this vocal as well, maybe about 350. Right, so it's a little bit of. So if you sort of if what this kind of tells me is that there is some kind of a resonance in either in the room, right, or in the mic, either the room that was recorded in or the mic that's so again, it's nothing bad, right, it's not a bad thing, it's just something to sort of to look out for. Okay.
Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss?
Okay, so for DMent's vocal, I'm gonna pan it to about 50-50, not so hard left, not so hard right. And next for Kwai's vocal, let's take a look.
Who the boss? 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 Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who?
Also similar, something around that 400, between 300 and 400 hertz, right? So the vocal is kind of exciting that the sound. It could be, some of the factors that can cause that, I've noticed sometimes, is that if you have like a mic stand, if you have like a music stand, because the music stand, especially the metal ones, they actually do ring a little bit, so some of the sound that's coming off that's coming from the music stand, or some other surface that's kind of nearby or close by, or maybe there's a wall nearby or something like that. But for me, music stands are a big culprit, right, of all these kind of weird resonances and reflections. Okay, so it's something to point out, right, is to take a look out for.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Okay, cool. Yep. Not too much there. Let's copy it over to the double.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Okay, so
Who the boss? 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 Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who?
all right, okay, so I have all the hook vocals, right, all bussed and grouped to one group. So let's take a look at what else I have going on there. Okay.
Who the boss? 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 Who?
Okay. First thing I'm going to do is again I'm going to do a little bit of corrective EQ, and this is again one of my favorites, which I've mentioned last week as well. TDR Nova by Tokyo Dawn Labs. Okay, it's a parallel dynamic equalizer. It's really cool. Because not only does it function as a normal EQ, but it's also a dynamic EQ as well. I'm going to show you what's best of all. It's free of charge, so go ahead, check it out. Right, TDR Nova. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Okay, so sometimes with when you're dealing with maybe just one vocal, and with a capture of one single vocal, it not much of an issue. But sometimes with stacked vocals, when you group and we double a lot, sometimes those problems, those kind of resonances, they actually build up, because each track you have that particular build up in a certain frequency. So each track has a little bit of it, but when you have all your doubles and your various and many layers, that actually builds up. So when dealing with this, right, especially with things like hook vocals, I do everything, and treat it together as a group, as a bus. So let's take a look. Okay.
Who the boss? Who the boss?
Okay, let's solo the band.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Okay, there is a little bit of that honky, about 850. Right, so let's put it to wideband, ratio 3 again. If you guys have watched, you know that for this, fastest attack, fastest release, right? Because I just want it to act only when that resonance happens, and then once the resonance is gone, it lets it go.
Who the boss? 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 Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss?
Okay. Yep. So we're kind of hearing again, even though I EQ'd a little bit, right, on all the individual hook vocal tracks, all right. But again, when it is grouped up again, the 400 hertz kind of thing comes back again. So this is where TDR is really, really good at dealing with this.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Okay, probably a little wider cue.
Who the boss? 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 Who?
Yeah, so for me, it just helps to clear up a little bit of that low mid and mid range mud that's happening around there. Okay, so next thing would be de-esser. All right, okay, all right. Let's put a little bit of de-esser here.
Who the boss? 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 Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Okay, sort of hearing one more additional thing. Sometimes it happens.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
When it comes on this part.
Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who?
Yeah, it comes on the second part where it's a little bit more energetic. Okay, here we go. Let's play that.
Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? 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 Who? Who the boss? 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 Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who?
All right, so I just want to have a little touch of the dynamic EQ over there. So as you can see, the dynamic EQ only acts when it's when that frequency, that particular annoying or irritating or resonance is coming up. Okay. Okay, cool. All right, let me set it up again and back to my favorite 1176. Okay, let's put a bit of. Okay, all right, let's put a bit of that Pultec EQ. All right, just going to bring a little bit of that Pultec just to give a bit of the mid range to the vocal.
Who the boss? 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 Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? 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 Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? 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 Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who?
Let's bring this dynamic EQ part again. This
Who the boss? 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 boss? Who the 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 boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss?
Okay, I've actually decided to not use the to sort of bypass the 1176 actually, because again, because the vocals were already pretty compressed already. I think this doesn't really need too much of compression.
Who the boss? 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 Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who?
Yeah, doesn't really need it, man, to me. All right, okay. So I was just bringing the frequency of the DS a little bit lower, right, to maybe about 6.
Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who?
Okay, cool. Let's do it.
Who the boss? 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 Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who?
All right.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Okay. Still tweaking. Let me just tweak this again.
Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? 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 Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who?
Okay, let's take out, right? Just take out a little bit of attenuate, a little bit of 20K above. Again, we don't need all the super high end in the vocal.
Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who?
Okay, let's move on to that. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, and let's move on to the some of the effects. Okay, so what I like to do is I always kind of want to get the effect of it sounding like in a nice sounding room. So what I usually do is I use the Waves Super Tap, which is actually a delay. It's a delay plugin, but you can sort of I can set it to a very short delay here with no feedback, because we don't want that delay to sort of feedback. All right, we don't want to have repeated delay tails. So it's just one single reflection in a nice sounding room. Okay, so I sort of simulate that by using this, and I make sure that I have the EQ section engaged, right? So I have a low pass filter, so everything above 1.5K, right, all the bright high end gets filtered out. So you can sort of hear how it sounds, right, in solo.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Okay, that's obviously too much. I'm going to add a little bit so they can just hear it, right? That you can just hear it.
Who the boss? 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 Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who?
Okay, cool. Let me just look again at the some of the mix settings. Maybe I need to bring these down. Bring these a little bit further down, right? Back to 25%.
Who the boss? 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 Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? 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 Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who?
Yep, let's bring it back down to 25% on all the hook vocals.
Who the boss? 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 Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who?
Okay, cool. Right. So back on that, because I think all that additional, the parallel compression that was running through, was kind of making the hook vocals a little bit too, too speedy, too much of the sibilance, too sibilant over there, right? So that's having a detrimental effect on everything down, everything further down. Okay. So back to the effects. Okay. What I'd like to add on vocals is a little bit of delay. right? So for chorus vocals, for hook vocals, I prefer it to be something a little bit bigger, a little bit wider sounding, okay? Because again, the hook, the choruses are the main part of the song, okay? So let's take it out. So when I put it here, what I'm going to do here is actually a stereo delay, right? So what I have here, it's Brainworks, the BX delay. Okay, so let's look at the tempo. Tempo of song's 115. I'm going to put it at quarter notes, okay? So it's a stereo delay in the sense that, right, that the time values on both, right, are slightly different. So on the left channel, I have it at quarter notes, and the right channel, I have it at quarter dotted notes. So it's going to have a bit of an effect like this.
Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss?
Right? So you can sort of hear it. Maybe we'll see how it goes. Right. So generally, because this is slightly longer, right? The quarter note delay is a slightly longer delay time. I have to sort of tweak the feedback as well. So usually, what I need to do is on the quarter note, I usually need to bring the feedback up so that they both, because if they're both at their current setting, which is 25%, the one on the right, right, on my right hand side, the one that's on the right, it's going to sound, the delay tail is going to be much longer than the one on the left. So it's going to sound a little bit right heavy. So I'm going to bring the feedback on this.
Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss? Who the boss?
Okay, right. Let's take a listen how it sounds in context, okay?
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Okay. In fact, I might just bring the feedback way down because it's starting to sound a little bit too busy, right? It makes the whole hook sound a little bit cluttered. It's going to bring the feedback way down.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Okay, I'm also going to set it to duck at maybe about minus 30 dB. So ducking here in this case so that when the main vocal, when the actual source of the vocal is sounding, right, it ducks the delays down by that amount so that when the source stops, that's only when you start to hear the delay, okay? So maybe about minus 20 or 30 dB, in this case about 30 dB, okay?
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Oh wow! Hey man, sorry I'm not checking out the chat stream, but hello Zarim, thanks for joining in, man. Right, and there's so many of you. I wish I could chat and say hi with you, but if you guys gonna hang around after we're done with this, if you want to hang around after the stream in the live chat, I'll be more than glad to hang around and answer all your questions, man. Thanks again for tuning in. Okay, all right. So we're about halfway through. We're done with the main elements of the beat. We're working on the choruses, on the vocals. Okay, let's take a look. So sometimes I will sort of play around with this, again, just to give it a little bit more a sense of richness, right? I'm going to add a little bit of chorusing. So let's take a look. So what I use here is the doubler, right? By Waves. So there is the preset which I want to use is called the doubler EQ. So in this sense here, everything below 1K is all high pass. So what you're sort of hearing will be towards more of the high mid and towards the high frequencies. Again, this is more to sort of give a little bit more space, a little bit more sort of a richness to the vocal without it sounding too muddy. So let's take a look.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Okay, all right. So some of these frequencies are just still kind of irritating me, bugging me. So as you see, sometimes I would, jump from one thing to another because I'm sort of when I hear something, I want to sort of address it right away, all right? Because every decision which I make will sort of affect the next decision. So if I hear something a little bit weird, I'll try and look at it and deal with it first, right? So sometimes you may see that I may be talking about effects, but then suddenly I jump to doing some kind of an EQ move.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Okay, yeah, okay, that's much better, all right? So in some cases, all right, maybe the TDR, the Nova, is a little bit too subtle, okay? So in that case, right, there's nothing wrong with using back, you're going back and resorting to just a good old stock regular EQ to just sort of bring out, to sort of notch out that little resonance over there. So here we go.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Okay, let's play it again. Now I'm going to bring in the ad-lib, okay? So with the ad-libs, I like to take out a lot of the lows, a lot of the highs, because you don't really need all of that.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
Interesting. It sounds like it's got a bit of like a grainy distortion to it already, which is cool actually, So maybe DMent can sort of answer. Maybe did you like export this with some kind of processing, a little bit of EQ, which I don't mind actually, right? As a mix engineer, if you as a producer, all right, if you are a producer or if you are an engineer out there and you're sending your tracks out to be mixed, all right, if you have if you have a very particular or a very specific effect that you're already using or a very specific sound, all right, it's usually best, and I personally would just prefer that you export and you bounce it with that particular sound already. So if you got a particular effect that you have on a vocal or an instrument or a part, all right, just bounce it, just print out the track, export the track with the particular effect in place, all right? Now, if you're not sure, if you're unsure, you can always send in a version which is dry without the effects, all right? So that there's options. But again, in this case, I don't mind, it's really cool, and it helps to sit in the mix. So with ad-libs, it doesn't need to be upfront, not like main vocals. So ad-lib parts are there, to sort of fill in the space and to give a little bit of excitement. So having a little bit dirty, very often what I'll often do is I will kind of, let's try it, okay? What I'll often do is that I pull up this little preset, and I use this preset so often, like phone line, that it pops up kind of automatically, okay? So let's see how it sounds with it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Hey.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Yeah.
Let's put in a little bit more of this.
Hey. Yeah.
Bit of mono delay.
Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Okay. Right, so the stereo delay, I think, still kind of trails on a little bit too much. So let me just bring this down. Less 10%.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Okay, cool. Very cool. All right, See, I was just taking a look at again to sort of wonder where my mysterious side chain has disappeared to. Okay, right, cool. That's the hook. All right, so now let's move on to all the individual vocals. Again, I'm not touching all the other instrumental parts yet because again, vocals for me are the most important thing. Let's start with this one because DMent is the first verse. Let's check it out.
Yeah, we the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss, not you bro. Better macam beto kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh-tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan dok we cakap bukan. Tak semua MC macam ini sukan. Akatsuki satu pertubuhan. Korang semua dipersetubuhkan. Ya, haram je. Guna pensel tembak tubi-tubi macam korang haram be. Ya barang main barang we dapat so slay. But be lu masih say sarang hey, sarang hey.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what my typical vocal processing chain is. Okay, so I split it into two parts. Okay, so the first section I'm going to show you is a couple of plugins which do what I call the corrective processing. Okay, so corrective in the sense, right? You saw what I did with the chorus and hook vocals, so it's also kind of doing the same thing here, but with like main vocals and lead vocals, I kind of pay a little bit more attention to detail, right? Right. Not to say that I don't pay attention to detail to hook vocals, you see, but because the hook vocals are like treated, it can be processed and treated like a group, right? So I approach it that way. Okay, so this is like a lead vocal part, all right? So in this case, like the solo raps here. So what I have in the first is, again, the good old TDR Nova, the same plugin, right? So let's solo the vocal.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do a high pass. All right, high pass filter, 12 dB per octave. 12 dB per octave. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, we the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss, not you bro. Better macam beto kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh-tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan dok we cakap bukan. Tak semua MC macam ini sukan.
Okay, all right, cool. So everything below 90, all right? So what's a good way to sort of to set your high pass filters, all right? So there are many ways, all right? But I kind of like the way which Dave Pensado does for his vocals, all right, to set where the high pass filter is. So what he does, all right, so in this case, let's go for 12 dB per octave, which is a gentle slope. Okay, so that approach, right, is first of all to bring the high pass filter, the threshold cutoff frequency, to a frequency which is above. Okay, so where it is obvious that you are to a higher cutoff point, so where it's obvious that you're already losing all the bottom end, you're losing all the body of the body of the track of the vocal or whatever instrument or whatever sound source that you're EQing. Okay, so let's start at about here, which is about 280, 300. So obviously this is all thin sounding. All the low end is all gone.
Yeah, we the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss, not you bro. Better macam beto kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh-tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan dok we cakap bukan. Tak semua MC macam ini sukan.
Right.
Akatsuki satu pertubuhan. Korang semua dipersetubuhkan. Yeah.
Right, so for me it's about 90, right? 90, 95, because when you start going lower than that, it doesn't seem to add any, you don't really get any much more the vocal doesn't, the body of the vocal doesn't increase anymore. Okay, so about 90 in this case. All right.
Yeah, we the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss, not you bro.
Okay, all right, so I'm sort of hearing again the similar frequencies that were in the in the chorus. So let's take a look. It's probably about 400, right?
Yeah, we the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss, not you bro. Better macam beto kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh-tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan dok we cakap bukan. Tak semua MC macam ini sukan. Akatsuki satu pertubuhan. Korang semua dipersetubuhkan. Ya, haram je. Guna pensel tembak tubi-tubi macam korang haram be. Ya barang main barang we dapat so slay. But be lu masih say sarang hey, sarang hey. Cosa Nostra, not
Right, slightly lower actually, maybe because because vocals probably a little bit closer towards the mic, right? So this is about 340. Okay, let's take a look at it. All right.
yeah. We the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss, not you bro. Better macam beto kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh-tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan duk we cakap bukan.
Okay, yeah, so much cleaner, right? So it really cleans up a lot of that low mid mud there.
Yeah.
Let's
We
listen
the
to it.
boss, not Hugo. Who the boss, not you bro.
Okay, there's a bit of resonance.
Yeah. We the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss, not
It's about 600. Okay, it's about 600. Okay, again, let's go down, set the threshold.
Yeah. We the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss, not you bro. Better macam beto kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh-tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan duk we cakap bukan. Love semua MC macam ini sukan. Akatsuki satu pertubuhan. Korang semua dipersetubuhkan.
Okay, cool, very very good, right? So that helps to sort of get rid of some of that low mid resonance. Okay, same thing. Going to rotate machine again, VTM, VMR again with the let's play around with the parallel processing. Okay.
Yeah, we the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss, not you bro. Better macam beto kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh-tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan duk we cakap bukan. Love semua MC macam ini sukan. Akatsuki satu pertubuhan. Korang semua dipersetubuhkan. Ya.
Okay.
Haram je, guna pensel
Okay, cool. Not much, just about 30%, right? The mix. Okay, so it's parallel processed, with 30% of the super compressed vocal. All right, going back into the mix, the parallel mix. Okay, one thing with the vocals is that instead of using the 1073. Instead of using the FGN preamp, I used in this case the Virtual Tube collection. Right, so they have several models. They have the Hollywood, they have the Hollywood, they have the London, they have the New York. These three, so they have slightly different flavors. All right, so if you ask me, it's based on my mood or whatever sounds best. But actually, I got a feeling I'm gonna swap this out. All right. Okay, because the Hollywood is a little bit more, has a bit more distortion, a bit more saturation in it. So I'm going to take this out and go for something cleaner. Actually, let's go for something a little bit cleaner. Okay, so probably let's go with the New York one. All right, vocal fattener. Okay, so that's one of the presets you like to use. Okay, so.
Yeah, we the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss, not you bro. Better macam beto kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh-tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan duk we cakap bukan.
It's adding to me. It's adding too much grit to it. All right, so probably not as well. All right, so maybe let's go back to the good old 1073 again. All right.
Yeah, we the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss, not you bro. Better macam beto kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh-tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh.
Okay,
Korang
cool.
perasan
Yeah,
duk we.
right. I think this is better, right? Because the Virtual Tube collection, all right, these preamps, they are kind of running through a tube, so it's a tube simulation, all right, of tube preamps. So you're gonna end up with a little bit of like a lot more harmonic saturation than using something like the FG73, which is a solid state preamp. So in this case, I think the FG73 is probably a better choice. So let's go with that. Okay, let's go with that.
Yeah, we the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss?
Cool, I'm happy with that. All right. So next thing I have would be this. This is Waves Sibilance. Okay. So when they first launched it, Waves released it. It was free of charge, right? So they released it for a period of time when they first released it. So I don't know whether you managed to get it during that time or not, but I managed to get it. And it's a super, super, very, very transparent de-esser. But let's see, do I really need it? Let's listen. All right.
Yeah, we the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss? Not you bro. Better macam beto kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh-tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan dok we cakap bukan.
Yeah, doesn't really need it actually. So let's just switch that out. Let's just turn that off. Okay, it's not so not too sibilant. Okay. Okay, cool. So I have the next thing in my chain. All right, I have the waves RComp. Right, good old waves RComp. Right, what this guy is gonna do is gonna be super subtle. It's probably just gonna be only be catching the very peaks of it. Okay.
Yeah, we the boss, not Hugo. Who
So,
the boss?
very
Not
subtle,
you, bro.
okay?
Better macam beto kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh-tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh.
Not more than 0.5 dB, man. Okay, here we go. So that's pretty much. I'm pretty happy with what I have over there. So where do all these vocals go? Okay, let me sort of set it all up, bring the groups down so that you can sort of see it. All right, okay. Keen, so that's Quaz vocal and boys vocal. Right, here we go. So all of DMent's vocals, right, are all gonna go into this group over here, right? So all of it's gonna be, so I solo it, you can sort of see, all of it is gonna go into this vocal, except for the ad-lib. The ad-lib, usually I will not send it to the same bus because I want the ad-lib to be on its own, right? So all of this is gonna be bussed over to this group. Okay, so let's check the double. All right, so how the guys record is that they have a main, then they have a double layer which is underneath it, then they have backups. They have a left and right backup, which I love. All right, it's great. It's good option to always do left and right backups, right? Because it gives me as a mixing engineer the option to pan them left and right. Because sometimes if you just like one single backup, then don't have much of a choice. You kind of pretty much pan it up the middle. So it's I do appreciate it if you record backups or layers with at least double track it so that you have the option of panning it left and right and spreading it out. Okay, cool. Let's look at the double. All right. So the double. Okay, so same thing. I have the FG73 set already sort of set here. Okay, let's take a look at the double.
Who the boss? Not Hugo. Who the boss? Not you, bro. Better macam beto kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh-tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh.
So this sounds like it's like that's like pitch shifted down. Okay, so it's cool. So with doubles again, we don't really need all the low end. You don't need all super low end.
Who the boss? Not Hugo. Who the boss? Not you, bro. Better macam beto kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh-tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Perasan dok dicakap.
Okay, let's now with doubles, with all the dollar backups, I usually don't have the same vocal chain that I had with the lead, because I'd rather sort of keep it simple, right? Because the doubles, backups, and all that are more of reinforcing, more of the supporting elements. So it's not really something that's I don't have to like be so finicky and nitpicky about it. So you can see there is still the parallel processing which I have here. Okay, I still run that through. Maybe don't even need it. Let's take a look. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, we the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss? Not you, bro. Better macam beto kuasa veto lu macam buto.
Okay, let's leave it in because it does bring some of the okay, I'll leave it in because it helps. I think it's bringing us some of the breaths a little bit more forward, and I kind of sort of like that. Okay, so let's go back to the EQ.
Yeah, we the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss?
Let's go fish for this. Right. Similar, same thing. You're kind of having a build up about that 350 hertz range there, yeah?
Perasan dok dicakap bukan. Semua MC macam ini sukan. Akatsuki satu pertubuhan. Korang semua dipersetubuhkan. Ya. Ya. We the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss? Not you bro. Better macam better kuasa better lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh-tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan doi cakap bukan. Love semua MC macam ini sukan. Akatsuki satu pertubuhan. Korang semua dipersetubuhkan. Ya.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. All right. So that's the main. That's the main, and then with also the double as well. Okay, let's take a look at the group then. So that's all the what I mentioned as the corrective EQ. So I send all of these into I route all of these into a group, right? So in this group, okay, similar to what you sort of saw when I was doing with the hook, I have this same signal chain plugin chain here, okay. So again, Pultec 1176, the good old TDR Nova, DSer, and a couple of other stuff down here. Okay, so let's take a look at what's going to happen. Okay, so here is what I call the creative EQ, the creative processing. So before that, there was all the corrective issues. Here it's where we can get a little bit creative with the processing. Okay.
Yeah, we the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss? Not you bro. Better macam better kuasa better lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh-tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan doi cakap bukan. Love semua MC macam ini sukan. Akatsuki satu pertubuhan. Korang semua dipersetubuhkan. Ya. Haram je, guna pensel tembak tubi-tubi macam korang haram be. Apa barang main barang we dapat sos lebat be. Lu masih sarang he, sarang he. Cosa Nostra, no Madonna, ma, dona perkosa prosa.
Okay, let's bring up a little bit of EQ.
Fireball sa, supernova. Bila buka point lu terus koma. Who the boss? Yeah, we the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss? Not you bro. Better macam better kuasa better lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh-tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan doi cakap bukan. Love semua MC macam ini sukan. Akatsuki satu pertubuhan. Korang semua dipersetubuhkan. Ya. Haram je, guna pensel tembak tubi-tubi macam korang haram be. Apa barang main barang we dapat sos lebat be. Lu masih sarang he, sarang he. Cosa Nostra, no Madonna, ma.
Okay, now, so some of the compression or that is kind of bringing up a little bit of sibilance, so that's where the DSer is coming back into play.
Yeah, we the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss? Not you bro. Better macam better kuasa better lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh-tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan doi cakap bukan. Love semua MC macam ini sukan. Akatsuki satu pertubuhan. Korang semua dipersetubuhkan. Ya. Haram je, guna pensel tembak tubi-tubi macam korang haram be. Apa barang main barang we.
Okay, cool. All right. So, just a bit of DSer just to cut out, some of that sibilance, because the compression always brings out all those low level elements. All right. So, the next thing which I will often do and sometimes do, all right, is do a little bit of what I call vocal writing. Okay. So now. So those who haven't seen what vocal rider is, so it's it's one of those newer plugins. It's an intelligent plugin which automatically writes the gain. So what it does is that it detects the signal of the incoming signal of the vocal, and it responds accordingly. Right. So it's very, very cool, very, very, very handy to have. So it's just like having someone who's there. An engineer that's there to react really, really quickly to all the volume changes that's in the vocal, right? So you can sort of use that, right? That situation. So there's a couple of controls, as you can see here. First of all, this would be the rider, which is kind of like the fader on a mixing console. Okay, so what you have on the left is you have the range. So the range is the maximum and the minimum range where the vocal rider is going to ride. So in this case, it's 4 dB range because it's set to here at about +2 and -2, but I usually kind of want to bring it up to about +4, so I get a range of about 6 dB to sort of play with. Okay, a couple of other settings that you want to do. This is like a master output, so you can always trim and compensate and adjust. Let's leave it at 0 for now. We'll see what it's going to do. Okay, this two knobs here, right? This is called vocal and this is called music. So music, all right, we're gonna ignore it for now because it's not applicable in this situation. This is only in a situation. Let's say if you're using it as a voiceover, doing a voiceover or a narration, right? And you have like a music track that's going on, right? So for post production, this is a lot more this is where we usually use it, right? But in here we're treating it inside a music, inside a vocal performance. We usually don't need this. Okay, so this is the sensitivity. So 0, the default, pretty much works really well for almost everything, so I'm just going to leave it there. So you have again your attack speed, right? You have either fast or very slow. So again, how fast vocal rider is going to react to it. Okay, so take a look at what it does. Okay, I'll play the vocal and you see what it does. Oh, I forgot to mention. All right, this is very important. So this is your target value, right? So you set this target value to where you want, okay, where you want the vocal rider to sort of ride around. So it will sort of this is your target value, so that vocal rider is going to try and maintain the vocal at that volume level and stay there. So despite how much the vocal goes up or down, right, it's going to help to sort of keep the vocal level in place. Okay, so let's check it out.
Yeah, we the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss, not you bro. Better macam better kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh terus
So
tumbuh.
you can take a look and see what it's doing.
Korang perasan doi cakap bukan. Tahu semua MC macam ini sukan. Akatsuki satu pertubuhan.
Let's go with
Korang
fast.
semua dipersetubuhkan. Ya. Haram je, guna pensel tembak tubi-tubi macam korang haram be. Apa barang main barang we dapat soul slay but be lu masih sarang hey. Cosa Nostra, no Madonna, ma, dona perkosa prosa, fire bossa, supernova, bila buka point lu terus koma.
Cool. Yeah, it's not liking what it's doing.
Yeah, we the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss, not you bro. Better.
So in this case, I'm kind of using it as an additional, stage of compression. So you see, a little bit of parallel, and a little bit of a very slight bit of compression here at the on the actual track itself. Yeah, at the peak it just gets to about 0.8, man, not more than 1 dB, right? Just so that all these compressors in series all do a little bit, so none of it is being really pushed super hard. So even this vocal rider in this case, I'm kind of using it as a compressor as well, right? I went to go with the fast setting because I felt that it made the vocal sound a little bit more aggressive, right? So at times, especially like the starts of the words or the starts of each sentence or each line, having the vocal rider at a fast setting makes it a little bit punchier. Okay, so depends. We see which sounds better for the circumstance or the situation that we're involved in. So in this case, I kind of like what it's doing at the fast setting.
Better macam beto kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan doi cakap bukan. Tahu semua MC macam ini sukan. Akatsuki satu pertubuhan. Korang semua dipersetubuhkan. Ya.
Okay, and I have also the this little EQ, right? I have the API 560. This is a graphic EQ, so I like to put this near the end of my chain because sometimes I may want to like do a little bit of like still a little bit more of shaping, a little bit of coloring, to the mix. So let's take a look and see.
Yeah, we the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss, not you bro. Better macam beto kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan doi cakap bukan. Tahu semua MC macam ini sukan. Akatsuki satu pertubuhan. Korang semua dipersetubuhkan. Ya. Haram je, guna pensel tembak tubi-tubi macam korang haram be. Apa barang main barang we dapat soul slay but be lu masih sarang hey. Cosa Nostra, no Madonna, ma, dona perkosa prosa, fire bossa, supernova, bila buka point.
A little bit of 4K, 8K just to bring a little bit more presence, just to bring the lead vocal a little bit more forward, okay? Okay, so next thing, let's take a look at all the backups. So similarly, backups, we don't need all the low end. Don't need all the super high end as well. Here we go. Let's loop that section.
Boss. Who the boss? Buto. Tubo. Cakap bukan.
Bit of resonance
Ini
there.
sukan Akatsuki. Kan. Haram J. Haram B. Barang way. But bay.
Yep. So everything above 9K, I just like filtered out everything above 9K, and sort of everything below 200. Okay. Again, these are kind of gentle slopes lah. These are like 12 dB per octave. This is also 12 dB per octave. So again, it's not a very you just kind of want to gently roll off all the super lows and all the super highs. Okay, so this will go. Let's copy this over to the right backup. Let's bring this back into 50-50. Right, don't need to pan this all the way left and right. Let's just level and blend it in.
Yeah, we the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss, not you bro. Better macam beto, kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan doi cakap bukan. Love semua MC macam ini sukan. Akatsuki satu pertubuhan. Korang semua dipersetubuhkan. Ya, haram J. Guna pensel tembak tubi macam korang haram be. Apa barang main barang way. Dapat soul slay but be. Lu masih sarang hey. Cosa Nostra, no Madonna, ma Dona perkosa prosa, fire bossa, supernova. Bila buka point lu terus koma. Who the boss?
Okay, cool. All right, let's move on to, let's add a little bit of the effects to it.
We the boss, not Hugo.
So similar treatment, okay, a bit of the super taps gives a bit of room.
We the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss, not you bro. Better macam beto, kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan doi cakap bukan. Love semua MC macam ini sukan. Akatsuki satu pertubuhan. Korang semua dipersetubuhkan.
Cool. Okay. All right. So I'm going to have this a little bit drier. Okay, as compared to the hook. All right, because again to provide a bit of contrast, and because of the emphasis on the words, right, of the lyrics of the rap verses. So this is going to be a lot less than what I had for the hook. So let's take a look again.
We the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss, not you.
So mono delay.
We the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss, not you bro.
Okay, cool. So with this mono delay, we go for a much more faster delay time. In this case, 8 notes, right? And again, let's put the ducking there.
We the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss, not you bro. Better macam beto, kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan doi cakap bukan. Love semua MC macam ini sukan. Akatsuki satu pertubuhan.
Maybe a bit too much. Let's bring it down a little bit more.
Korang
So again, let's bring the feedback down to again 10%.
korang semua dipersetubuhkan. Ya, haram J. Guna pensel tembak tubi macam korang haram be. Apa barang main barang way. Dapat soul slay but be. Lu masih sarang hey. Cosa Nostra, no Madonna, ma Dona perkosa prosa, fire bossa, supernova. Bila buka point lu terus koma. Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Cool.
We the boss.
All right, so yep, that's pretty much we have it. Okay, wait, the ad-libs. Yeah, let's very quickly. All right, so ad-libs, again, for the ad-libs, I don't really send it to the same group because the thing is, you don't want the ad-libs which, pop up, randomly from time to time to be triggering the compressor. So the thing is, if I bring this up, whenever the ad-libs come, it will kind of cause the main vocal to duck down, and you don't want that to happen, you see, right? If everything is being processed in the group. So I have these ad-libs on its own, so it's going into the master bus by itself. Okay, so take a very quick look at the ad-libs, all right?
Yeah.
Same thing, you don't need too much of the highs. Maybe let's go for that same phone line effect. Let's see how it goes, the radio effect. Okay, let's play it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Woo.
Okay, So with the ad-libs, because again, they're a little bit more sparse, they're not so busy, this one I could give it a little bit more ambience to it.
Nah, nah. Ha ha. Woo, woo, woo.
Itu bukan ya. Haram je guna pensel tembak to be macam kor. Ya. We the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss? Not you bro. Better macam beto kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh-tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan doi cakap bukan. Tak semua MC macam ini sukan. Akatsuki satu pertubuhan.
Very cool. Okay, so now I'm gonna sort of repeat the same process again with the different vocals. So let's all right. So it's kind of the same thing, all right, with the different ones. But I'm gonna jump straight away actually over to the third verse, all right? I'm going to skip Akin's verse first because I want to sort of highlight one thing, okay? So let's go with the regular process of what we'd usually do. Okay, let's go into Akin's vocal. Again, I think I want to swap this out for the FG73, which is a lot cleaner sounding, okay? Okay. There we go. Oh no, not Akin. Sorry, Kwai. Because it's all green in color, so it looks the same. Okay, here we go again. Let's swap it out for the FG73.
Paling rough. Bila aku boss, korang semua jadi level staff. Akatsuki kamu seluruh orang, rest in peace. Wah, kami tenang and rest with the beats. Korang bapak kami level atuk. Sarung durek kat kepala takut. Jenis yang pakai jean tapi suka skirt. Kami freestyle tak ada jenis written word. Budak muda belum lagi gerak. Kami sudah.
Okay, cool. Alright, let's do that again.
Yeah. Who the boss, paling rough. Bila aku boss, korang semua jadi level staff. Akatsuki kamu seluruh orang, rest in peace. Wah, kami tenang and rest with the
Okay, let's go with the EQ first. Alright, again.
The beats.
12 dB per octave.
Korang bapak kami level atuk. Sarung durek kat kepala takut. Jenis yang pakai jean tapi suka skirt. Kami freestyle tak ada jenis written word. Yeah. Who the boss, paling rough. Bila aku boss, korang semua jadi level staff. Akatsuki kamu seluruh orang, rest in peace. Wah, kami tenang and rest with the beats. Korang bapak kami level atuk. Sarung durek kat kepala takut. Jenis yang pakai
About 640, alright? 640 hertz, a little bit of that resonance. Bit of resonance there.
pakai jean tapi suka skirt. Kami freestyle tak ada jenis written word. Yeah. Who the boss, paling rough. Bila aku boss, korang semua jadi level staff. Akatsuki kamu seluruh orang, rest in peace. Wah, kami tenang and rest with the beats. Korang bapak kami level atuk. Sarung durek kat kepala takut. Jenis yang pakai jean tapi suka skirt. Kami freestyle tak ada jenis written word. Yeah. Who the boss,
Another one around
Bila
here.
aku boss, korang semua jadi level
Another one about 480 here. So let's do the same thing, okay? Threshold split.
staff. Akatsuki kamu seluruh orang, rest in peace. Wah, kami tenang and rest with the beats. Korang bapak kami level atuk.
Right, so again, when those frequencies kind of pop up, the Nova is going to tuck them down a little bit. Okay, cool.
Sarung durek kat kepala takut. Jenis yang pakai jean tapi suka skirt. Kami freestyle tak ada jenis written word. Yeah. Who the boss, paling rough. Bila aku boss, korang semua jadi level
Okay, yep, doesn't need the sibilance de-esser there.
orang, rest in peace. Wah, kami tenang and rest with the beats. Korang bapak kami level atuk. Sarung durek kat kepala takut. Jenis yang
Okay, cool. Yep, again, this our comp is just gonna catch the very, very, very loudest peaks, and again, not more than 1 dB. It's only like 0.7 dB here. Okay, let's do.
yang pakai jean tapi suka skirt. Kami freestyle tak ada jenis written word.
Okay, all right, cool. So one thing that why I want to skip to this, all right, is I wanted to show you this little thing over here, right? So this second half of the verse is actually supposed to have an auto tune effect. All right, so let's let's wait. I've copied the settings, so it's the same vocal, just that it has the auto tune effect on it. Okay, so let's listen to it first.
Tak ada jenis written word. Yeah. Who the boss paling rough? Bila aku boss korang semua jadi freestyle tak ada
Here we
jenis
go.
written word. Budak muda belum lagi gerak, kami sudah tua. Awet ludah tua, bila ke ludah burst. Yeah. We the boss start. We to boy bukan.
Okay, so this was the rough one that was given to me. To me, it sounded pretty good already. Okay, it's pretty cool, right? But let's sort of see what else I can sort of do with it. So what DMent sort of gave me, he also gave me an unprocessed and untreated version, right? So what I've actually done, right? There are several ways that you can work with. Okay, so the first one, let me just open this one. Let's take a look. Yep. Okay, so is it this one? Yep. Okay. Right. So this is like the unprocessed one.
Tak ada jenis written word. Budak muda belum lagi gerak.
So obviously the easiest and the most simplest one is to put a pitch correction plugin. So in this case, let's take a look at Waves Tune. I have Waves Tune here. All right. Let's put this in the loop first.
Budak muda belum lagi gerak, kami sudah tua. Awet ludah tua, bila ke ludah burst. Yeah. We the boss start. We to.
Okay, so we need to set it to the right key. Okay, so in this case, let's go for, there's a particular preset here which is quantized. Actually, you don't need to go to preset. It's easy. Let's go to the fastest speed. And this is a minor C minor, if I'm not mistaken.
Budak muda belum lagi gerak, kami sudah tua. Awet ludah tua, bila ke ludah burst. Yeah. We the boss start. We to boy bukan Asgard. Pulling one place sedap dulat now. Director bagu cut.
Good. All right. Cool. Yeah. So it does pretty good job. So obviously it's very, really simple to do. Right. You just put up the speed, to the slowest speed, and your note transition again to the fastest. Sorry, not slowest, fastest. All right. So this way, it makes the plugin, the pitch correction, react in such a quick way that you get the auto tune effect, so to speak. But there's another way which sometimes I find it's given me a lot more control. Right, so there are many ways of doing it, but here's another one which I'm going to show you. Right, so now most DAWs would have some form of like a pitch correction built in already, and the Cubase is no stranger to that. So what we have in Cubase is something called Very Audio. Okay, so Very Audio is not only something that's for pitch correction, right? Those of you who may be familiar with Melodyne, okay, so it's something similar like that. What it does, it analyzes, right? Okay, it analyzes all the different audio for the pitch and all that. So this one obviously has some the pitch correction process done to it already, but let me sort of show you what it looks like without and what it sounds like. Okay, so let me take out all the quantized pitch to 0%, straighten the curve down to 0%. So you can see what it does when it analyzes the audio. So it analyzes all the pitch of the vocal, right? So what I've done is I've sort of taken it, right? So we want to replicate the auto-tune effect. Very easy again, right? So I selected all the different notes, right, and quantize pitch to 100%. So what it does, it brings it to the note center, all right? But you can see the curves, the natural, inflections of the vocal is still there, so it's not really there. This is only half the process. Okay, what you need to do also is you need to apply the straightening to it. So voila, 100%. Let's go all the way, man. Okay, so you can see now this is entirely flat, so you get the same similar sounding effect if you use autotune. But the great thing is, because autotune, or if you use autotune or Waves Tune, any kind of a pitch correction plugin, it's not intelligent. It will only kind of pull the note. It tunes the note to whatever it thinks is the nearest correct correct the correct note. So sometimes you may kind of want to aim for, let's say, this particular note in the scale, but because the detection of the plugin pulls it to another note instead, so it can happen. You see, so this is where I think using Very Audio or Melodyne or something similar, right? Flex time, pitch and flex or something like that will give you a lot more better control. So before this, some of the notes that were in here were a little bit off, so I actually have pulled it all into the correct key already. So this is C minor. So this tune, the song is in C minor. So let's take a look at how this compares. Okay.
Budak muda belum lagi gerak, kami sudah tua. Awet ludah tua, bila Q ludah verse. Ya, we the boss start. We terbaik bukan Asgard. Pulling workplace sedap bulat now. Director baru cut.
Cool. All right. So for me, this gives me a lot more control, and Very Audio is really, really cool, because not only can you do it for pitch correction, you can also do like very, very creative stuff. You can create harmonies, right? Artificial harmonies. So sometimes, let's say you end up with a singer who doesn't really know how to harmonize themselves, or you just can't get them back to do a recording session to record harmonies and backing vocals. Right, you can use a tool like this to sort of create and artificially create a harmony track behind it. I'll probably do this in another video. Okay, so if you're interested to look at how it's done, right? I'll demonstrate in another video. Okay, cool. So a lot of other creative aspects as well. So obviously I can always play with the different notes. You can have lots and lots of fun with it. Okay, it's also one of the tools which you can also do. You can also create vocal chops using Very Audio, right? By chopping a note sample and then using this to sort of pitch it. So so we can do weird stuff like.
Budak muda belum lagi gerak, kami sudah tua. Awet.
Right, you can make it do really, really weird and funky harmonies. But okay, let's go back to what it's supposed to be. Let's undo all that. Back to what it original is. Okay, here we'll take a look.
Budak muda belum lagi gerak, kami sudah tua. Awet ludah tua, bila Q ludah verse. Ya, we the boss start. We terbaik bukan Asgard. Pulling workplace sedap bulat now. Director baru cut.
Okay, cool. All right, so let's go back to the group. Same thing, I send all of these to a group, right?
Hey. Yeah. Who the boss paling rough? Bila aku boss, korang semua jadi level staff. Akatsuki kamu seluruh orang, rest in peace. Wah, kami tenang and rest with the beats. Korang bapak kami level atuk. Sarung durek kat kepala takut. Jenis yang pakai jeans tapi suka skirt. Kami freestyle tak ada jenis written word. Budak muda belum lagi gerak, kami sudah tua. Awet ludah tua, bila Q ludah verse. Ya, we the boss start. We terbaik bukan Asgard. Pulling workplace sedap bulat now. Director baru cut. Hey. Yeah. Who the boss paling rough? Bila aku boss, korang semua jadi level staff. Akatsuki kamu seluruh orang, rest in peace.
A little bit of EQ, a little bit of de-essing.
Hey. Yeah. Who the boss paling rough? Bila aku boss, korang semua jadi level staff. Akatsuki kamu seluruh orang, rest in peace. Wah, kami tenang and rest with the beats. Korang bapak kami level atuk. Sarung durek kat kepala takut. Jenis yang pakai jeans tapi tak ada jenis written word.
Cool. All right. Correct. I don't feel that with choice vocals that I don't need to really apply the vocal rider, right? Because for me it's already sitting pretty nicely there. Okay. So just a bit of the effects, just to give it a space.
Hey. Yeah. Who the boss paling rough? Bila aku boss, korang semua jadi level staff. Akatsuki kamu seluruh orang, rest in peace. Wah, kami tenang and rest with the beats. Korang bapak kami level atuk. Sarung. Hey. Yeah. Who the boss paling rough? Bila aku boss, korang semua jadi level-level staff. Akatsuki kamu seluruh orang, rest in peace. Wah kami tenang and rest with the beats. Korang bapak kami level atuk. Sarung durek kat kepala takut. Jenis yang pakai jeans tapi suka skirt. Kami freestyle tak ada jenis written word.
Okay, cool. Let's check a look at the double.
Yeah. Who the boss paling rough? Bila aku boss, korang semua jadi level-level staff. Akatsuki kamu seluruh orang, rest in peace. Wah kami tenang and rest with the beats. Korang bapak kami level atuk.
Bit of resonance there.
Yeah. Who the boss paling rough? Bila aku boss, korang semua jadi level-level staff. Akatsuki kamu seluruh orang, rest in peace. Wah kami tenang and rest with the beats.
Okay, just blend it in. Blend the double in.
Yeah. Who the boss paling rough? Bila aku boss, korang semua jadi level-level staff.
Okay, cool. Just a little bit. Same, let's move on to the backups.
Rest in peace. Rest with the bitch. Atuk.
Don't need the highs, don't need the lows.
Skirt. Word.
Okay, cool. All right, nothing much there. So let me just copy the settings to the left and right. Again, 50 left, 50 right. Let's see how it sounds.
Yeah. Who the boss paling rough? Bila aku boss, korang semua jadi level-level staff. Akatsuki kamu seluruh orang, rest in peace. Wah kami tenang and rest with the beats. Korang bapak kami level atuk. Sarung durek kat kepala tak.
Okay, cool. Let's go check the ad-libs. Let's go with this preset again. Bring this down.
Splash. It's lit. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Again, right? So it looks like it's got a bit of effects on it already, right? Which is perfectly fine. All right. Okay. Less work for me to do. Okay, that's cool. Right.
Yeah. Who the boss paling rough? Bila aku boss, korang semua jadi level-level staff. Akatsuki kamu seluruh orang, rest in peace. Wah kami tenang and rest.
Bitch.
I'll give it a bit of the room to it, though. To give.
Pista tak ada jenis written word. Budak muda belum lagi gerak. Kami sudah tua. Awet ludah tua. Bila Q ludah verse. Yeah. We the boss. We the boy bukan Asgard.
All right, cool. All right, so that's Kwai's vocals. All right, so quickly, let's go back to the next one. Let's go back to Akin's vocal. All right, second verse.
Akatsuki datang berkabus. Wack MC semua berambus. Monster tak ada masalah, yang monster yang laga macam bagus.
Okay, let's start off again. Let's EQ.
Macam bagus. Wah Spitfire, rumah terbakar tak jumpa tangga. I live in the bar, swinging punchline serupa Zangief. I'm so real, semua kena dengue. Ramai menganjing bila jumpa jadi Scooby-Doo. With the boss and you be who? Bors aku mahal, lu tak cukup tambang. Mana M&M warna kunyah kacang. MC kaki kencing jadi wakarang. Akatsuki girl di dalam
About 600. Okay. Got a bit of rigging there. Okay.
girl di dalam girl di dalam Akatsuki datang berkabus. Wack MC semua berambus. Monster tak ada masalah, yang monster yang laga macam bagus. Wah
Okay. His voice has got a little bit more of that higher resonance, but let's just see what I can do with it.
girl di dalam Akatsuki datang berkabus. Wack MC semua berambus. Monster tak ada masalah, yang monster yang laga macam bagus. Wah Spitfire, rumah terbakar tak
A bit wider Q, slightly wider Q.
Akatsuki datang berkabus. Wack MC semua berambus. Monster tak ada masalah, yang monster yang laga macam bagus. Wah Spitfire, rumah terbakar tak jumpa tangga. I live in the bar, swinging punchline serupa Zangief. I'm so real, semua kena dengue. Ramai menganjing bila jumpa jadi Scooby-Doo.
Again, don't really need the DSer there. All right. Again, a little bit of the R comp.
Akatsuki datang berkabus, Wack MC semua berambus. Monster tak ada masalah, yang monster yang laga macam bagus.
Okay, let's go to the group.
Akatsuki datang berkabus, Wack MC semua berambus. Monster tak ada masalah, yang monster yang laga macam bagus. Wah Spitfire, rumah terbakar tak jumpa tangga. I live in the bar, swinging punchline serupa Zangief. I'm so real, semua kena dengue. Ramai menganjing bila jumpa jadi Scooby-Doo. With the boss and the fall. You be who? Bos aku mahal, lu tak cukup tambang. Mana M&M warna kunyah kacang. MC kaki kencing jadi wakarang. Akatsuki datang berkabus, Wack MC semua berambus. Monster tak ada masalah, yang monster yang laga macam bagus. Wah Spitfire, rumah terbakar tak jumpa tangga. I live in the bar, swinging punch.
Yeah, don't really need that. Cool, yeah. Don't really need that actually. Alright, so let's put in a little bit more effects to it.
Akatsuki datang berkabus, Wack MC semua berambus. Monster tak ada masalah, yang monster yang laga macam bagus. Wah Spitfire, rumah terbakar tak jumpa.
Again, right, for the rap verses, we want to keep it fairly dry, okay? Just not too much of the obvious effects, not too much of the obvious delay and reverb, right? Just to give it a tiny bit of depth to it, okay? Right, we're not trying to make it sound really, really wet. This is not like a pop ballad. Okay.
Akatsuki datang berkabus, Wack MC semua berambus. Monster tak ada masalah, yang monster
Okay, this is the double.
monster yang laga macam bagus. Wah Spitfire, rumah terbakar tak jumpa tangga. I live in the bar, swinging punchline serupa Zangief. I'm so real, semua.
Okay, just a little bit. Blend it in.
Akatsuki datang berkabus, Wack MC semua berambus. Monster tak ada masalah, yang monster yang laga macam bagus.
Okay, let's go on. Alright, going to the backups.
Akatsuki datang berkabus, Wack MC semua berambus. Monster macam bagus. Spitfire, I live in the boss. Zangief, kena dengue.
A little bit of 3.8 that pokes out sometimes.
Akatsuki datang berkabut.
Okay, cool. Alright, so same thing. Let's bring it 50 left, 50 right. Same settings for the left and the right. Oops, 50. Okay, and let's blend it in.
Abus, Wack MC semua berambus. Monster tak ada masalah, yang monster yang laga macam bagus. Wah Spitfire, rumah terbakar tak jumpa tangga. I live in the bar, swinging punchline serupa Zangief. I'm so real, semua kena dengue. Ramai menganjing bila jumpa jadi.
Okay, let's go with the ad-libs now.
Boom, 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 boom. Jumpa tangga, I live in the bar, swinging. What?
All right, this one is a for Arcane's one. I think it was pretty dry, so I'm gonna add a little bit more delay to it.
You be who? Bos aku mahal, lu tak cukup tambang. Mana M&M warna kunyah kacang. MC kaki kencing jadi wakarang. Akatsuki Freestyler di dalam perang.
Okay, let me just remove this first so it's not confusing. This was just a guide. So let me delete that. Okay.
Yeah. Who the boss paling rough? Bila aku boss, korang semua jadi level.
Okay, cool. All right, let's move on now to the last verse. All right, very quickly. Okay, we're almost there.
Pename, these rappers are the forbidden.
Okay, this is a bit loud. Okay, boy's vocal.
Forbidden, they're feeling like I feel the energy. We silent that I keep it in a bandana. Cause we're crippling this, we put your rap in the clothes. That's how we healing this bitch. Rah! You get no tone and gun salute. But 21 barrels when I blow you in the boot. You love to preach and it's sad, but here's the truth. You're going nowhere, man. Cooking in the coop. You lacking what we real, call it passion. These actions we made kept you talking. You bark on a bike and you type in the comment like a warrior and fight. You can't get bullshit all these years, but Akatsuki on the Pename, these rappers are the forbidden. They're feeling like I feel the energy. We silent that I keep
Okay,
it.
cool. All right. Okay. So again, I swapped out the Hollywood for 1073. Okay. And Okay, let's go with the EQ.
Akatsuki on a pen, I made these rappers out of phobia and they're feeling like I feel the energy. We silent that I keep it in a bandana, cause we're crippling this. We put your rap in the clothes, that's how we heal in this bitch. Rah! You get no when I'm gun salute, but 21 barrels when I blow you in the boot. You love to preach and it's sad, but here's the truth. You're going nowhere, man, cooking in the coop. You lacking what real, call it passion. These actions we make.
Okay, same thing. Ratio 3, fastest attack, fastest release.
Akatsuki on a pen, I made these rappers out of phobia and they're feeling like I feel the energy. We silent that I keep it in a bandana, cause we're crippling this. We put your rap in the clothes, that's how we heal in this bitch. Rah! You get no when I'm gun salute, but on you.
Alright. Okay. Hey man, alright. I see that there are a couple of questions inside the chat, alright? Quite a lot of it. I will get back to all of this after the stream. If you want to know how to submit your tracks to be featured in future episodes, right? All that information is down in the description below. All right, cool. Thanks. Right. Okay, let's move on with that. Okay. Next one. Okay, for boys vocal, it is a little bit sibilant, so I think we will need to have a wave sibilance engaged. So let's.
Akatsuki on a pen, I made these rappers out of phobia and they're feeling like I feel the energy. We silent that I keep it in a bandana, cause we're crippling this. We put your rap in the clothes, that's how we heal in this bitch. Rah! You get no when I'm gun salute, but 21 barrels when I blow you in the boot. You love to preach and it's sad, but here's the truth. You're going nowhere, man, cooking in the coop. You lacking what real call it. Akatsuki on a pen, I made these rappers out of phobia and they're feeling like I feel the energy.
Okay, cool. Very, very cool. So again, slightly different, right? Because a boy's vocal has a little bit more sibilance to it, so slightly different treatment over there. Okay, let's go very quickly now to his doubles. This is about 418 hertz, just too short of 420. You know.
Akatsuki on a pen, I made these rappers out of phobia and they're feeling like I feel the energy. We silent that I keep it in a bandana, cause we're crippling this. We put your rap in the clothes, that's how we heal in this bitch.
Cool. All right, let's go back to the group right now, very quickly.
Akatsuki on a pen, I made these rappers out of phobia and they're feeling like I feel the energy. We silent that I keep it in a bandana, cause we're crippling this. We put your rap in the clothes, that's how we heal in this bitch. Rah! You get no when I'm gun salute, but 21 barrels when I blow you in the boot. You love to preach and it's sad, but here's the truth. You're going nowhere, man, cooking in the coop. You lacking what real, call it passion. These actions we make, kept you talking, you bark when I bite, and you type in the comment like a warrior and fight. You all get bullshit all these years, but irrelevant. Ha! The room's in the elephant. Yeah, you've pissed me off again. Then it's hell I am bringing in.
Okay, a little bit more of a de-esser after all the EQ and compression in the group channel.
Akatsuki on a pen, I made these rappers out of phobia and they're feeling like I feel the energy. We silent that I keep it in a bandana, cause we put your rap in the clothes, that's how we heal in this bitch. Rah! You get no when I'm gun salute, but 21 barrels when I blow you in the.
Okay, that a little bit more of the room and doubler.
Akatsuki on a pen, I made these rappers out of phobia and they're feeling like I feel the energy. We silent that I keep it in a bandana, cause we're crippling this. We put your rap in the clothes, that's how we heal in this bitch. Rah! You get no when I'm gun salute, but 21 barrels when I blow you in the boot. You love to preach and it's sad, but here's the truth. You're going nowhere, man, cooking in the coop. You lacking what real, call it passion. These actions we make.
Okay, very cool. It's going over to the backups.
Pena, phobia, Ophelia, Salandara, bandana. Ah! 20 gun salute in the boot.
About
Brother, here's the truth.
3K.
Cooking in the coop. Real call it passion. These actions we make kept you talk.
Same thing. Backups. Let's pan the backups left and right again and blend it in.
Akatsuki on a pen, I made these rappers out of phobia and they're feeling like I feel the energy. We silent that I keep it in a bandana, cause we're crippling this. We put your rap in the clothes, that's how we heal in this bitch. Rah! You get no when I'm gun salute, but 21 barrels when I blow you in the boot. You love to preach and it's sad, but here's the truth. You're going nowhere, man, cooking in the coop. You lacking what real, call it passion.
Okay, let's go with the ad-libs right now. Okay, so as you can see, once I've sort of established a kind of a pattern of workflow, I'm just like applying it, similar application to the different vocals, right? So with minor tweaks and minor alterations, obviously, because different voices will need slightly different treatment, but overall the approach is the same. Okay.
These actions we make kept you talking.
Okay, let's bit of room to it. To boys ad-libs. And a bit of delay, a bit of effect.
You get no when I'm gun salute, but 21 barrels when I blow you in the boot. You love to preach and it's sad, brother, here's the truth. You're going nowhere, man, cooking in the coop. You lacking what a real call it passion. These actions we make, kept you talking, you bark, but no bite. And you type in the comment like a warrior and fight. You can't get bullshit all these years, but irrelevant.
Okay, right, cool. So that's pretty much all the main vocals. So I'm gonna play from the top. Now, one thing that's kind of always tricky when you're working with groups of vocals, right, with different vocals, is obviously trying to make each vocal firstly in balance with each other, right? Because different vocals, different voices will have different characteristics, different range of frequencies. So it's always a challenge to try to make sure that none of them, firstly, obviously, volume wise, is going to poke out, right? But it's also very important that in the process of doing so, you don't just because, let's say, one voice is not very bright sounding, you don't do too much to change to alter the original characteristic of the voice. Okay, so it's always a balancing game, all right? There is always some kind of compromise involved. So let's take a listen, right, to the whole thing, all right? Again, I've not brought in a lot of these instrumental elements first because I want to focus on the vocals. Right?
We the boss, not Hugo, who the boss, not you bro. Better macam beto, kuasa veto, lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan doi cakap bukan. Tak semua MC macam ini sukan. Akatsuki satu pertubuhan. Korang semua dipersetubuhkan. Ya, haram je. Guna pensel tembak tubi-tubi macam korang haram be. Apa barang main barang way. Dapat soul slay but be. Lu masih sarang he, sarang he. Cosa Nostra, no Madonna, ma. Dia nak perkosa prosa. Fire bossa, supernova. Bila buka wine lu terus koma. Who the boss? 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 Akatsuki datang berkabus. Swag MC semua berambus. Monster tak ada masalah, yang monster yang laga macam bagus. Macam bagus. Wah, Spitfire, rumah terbakar tak jumpa tangga. I live in the bar, swinging punchline serupa Zangief. I'm so real, semua kena dengue. Ramai menganjing bila jumpa jadi Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo. We the boss and the fall. You be who? You be who? Bos aku mahal, lu tak cukup tambang. Mana M&M warna kunyah kacang. MC kaki kencing jadi wakarang. Akatsuki Freestyler di dalam perang.
Yeah. Who the boss paling rough? Bila aku boss, korang semua jadi level staff. Akatsuki kamu seluruh orang, rest in peace. Wah, kami tenang and rest with the beats. Korang bapak kami level atuk. Sarung durek kat kepala takut. Jenis yang pakai jeans tapi suka skirt. Kami freestyle tak ada jenis written word. Budak muda belum lagi gerak. Kami sudah twerk. Awet ludah twerk. Bila kilu dah verse. Yeah. We the boss start. We the boy bukan Asgard. Pulling one place sedap rulat now. Direct the bag buat cut.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Akatsuki on the pen, I made these rappers out of phobia and they're feeling like I feel the energy. We silent that I keep it in a bandana. Cause we're crippling this, we put your rap in the close. That's how we heal in this bitch. You get no when I'm gun salute, but 21 barrels when I blow you in the boot. You love to preach and it's sad, brother, here's the truth. You're going nowhere, man, cooking in the coop. You lacking what a real call it passion. These actions we make, kept you talking, you bark, but no bite. And you type in the comment like a warrior and fight. You can't get bullshit all these years, but irrelevant. The room's in the elephant, yeah. You've pissed me off again, then it's hell I ain't bringing in. Be prepared cause this boss tell me everything.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
All right. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay. Hello, DMent. Thanks for joining in the live stream, man. I hope you had a good nap. I just saw what you typed in the chat just now. Okay, cool. All right. So, pretty happy with where the vocals are right now. Probably a few minor things which I need to go and check it out. Right now, at this stage, right, very often, this is where I will take a very quick look at what I have on my master, right. So those of you who watched the first episode would already know. And again, I'll run it very, very briefly, quickly, what I have over in the master channel. Let me bring it over to this window first, right? Because I'm actually running a dual monitor setup, but you can only see one screen, you see? All right, so what I have over in my master, a couple of things, all right? So I start off with this is an AOC's Air EQ. What it basically does, all right, is I have the earth and the air band. So it's basically a boom and a fizz, a little bit of the low lows and a bit of the high highs. So it gives you that little bit of a smiley EQ, right? As you can sort of see. Sometimes as I also have this mid band engage. These are all very, very subtle, right? So this is like only 1 dB, all right? Same goes, the air band is always it's only like 1 dB only. And sometimes I will have this mid-range boost here. Again, super, super gentle curve, centered at 2K, yeah? Very super wide, gentle curve, which is only, again, 1 dB. So let me just take a listen and see what does it help to sort of push the vocal a bit further up and on.
Yo, we the boss, not Hugo, who the boss, not you bro. Better macam beto, kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh-tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan doi cakap bukan. Tak semua MC macam ini sukan. Akatsuki satu pertubuhan.
Yeah, I like what it's doing. Okay, so I like what the mid-range boost is doing. So let's go back to that. Right, so here is this Air EQ. That's the first thing in my master bus. Okay, next one is the Wave C4. So Wave C4 is a multi-band compressor. So the preset I like to use, right, is actually a preset here. It's called the multi-opto mastering. So this is like a super, super gentle. What the C4 Wave C4 is kind of doing is just kind of make sure that within all the 4 frequency ranges, nothing, there's no particular offending frequency that jumps up. Right, so at the moment, I've set the threshold all the way up so that it's not acting on anything. But let's just play it. Let's just play the track and let's see if I. Let me bring it down. So usually at this stage, when I have everything, I will kind of bring the threshold down until you just see it just dancing a little bit, a tiny bit, right? Cool. And that's it, okay? All right. So the next thing that I have over here, right, is what we call the virtual bus compressor. So these are different emulations and models of very, very famous and well-known bus compressors. So you have the FG Grade. FG Grade is the SSLG series compressor. Okay. You have, this is the FG Red. The red is actually the Focusrite red compressor. FG Mu, right? This is an emulation. It's a model of the Fairchild 670, which is a variable mu compressor. Okay, now with hip hop though, or EDM, you got to be very, very careful with using this master bus compressors. So very often I find that I don't really need to use so much compared to, let's say, if I'm mixing rock or I'm mixing pop, so that usually benefits from a lot more of this kind of a master bus compression. Hip hop, you really want it to be a lot more punchier, a little more upfront. You want the drums to be really, really upfront. You want the vocals to be clear and punchy. So you don't really kind of want too much of this master bus compression. But having said that, all right, I do have this on because I kind of like what they impart. All right, they do impart their own sort of a sonic characteristic. So these compressors are on, but they're not doing any compression at all for now. Okay, so but what I'm gonna play around with is probably the FG Gray. Okay, so let's see what happens if we apply a little bit of compression to it.
Akatsuki on the pen, I made these rappers are the phobia and they're feeling like I feel the energy with silent that I keep it in the
Play it.
Cuba tangga, Alif in the bar, swinging punchline serupa Zengi.
So we bring the threshold up.
Dengue, faham so well, semua kena dengue. Ramai menganjing bila jumpa jadi Scooby-Doo, Scooby-Doo. With the boss and the flow, you be who, you be who. Bos aku mahal, lu tak cukup tambang, mana
Okay, so as you can see, it's kind of reacting to the kick drum, all right? In this case, which obviously the kick drum is the loudest element in the mix at this point in time. But when it's doing that, you see, it's kind of sucking the kick drum in, so don't really like what it's doing. But we can sort of maybe play around with it by playing around with the high pass filter. So let's bring the high pass filter a little bit higher, so that, you know, what it does is that the detector section of the compressor is not going to react to all that the low end that's in the kick drum. So let's bring it up and see. Let's see what happens. Okay.
M&M warna kunyah kacang, MC kaki kencing jadi wakarang, Akatsuki freestyle di dalam pelang.
Yeah. Who the boss paling rough? Bila aku boss, korang semua jadi level.
Who the boss? 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 Akatsuki datang berkabus, swag MC semua berambus. Monster tak ada masalah, yang monster yang laga macam bagus, macam bagus.
Okay, let's go back to the chorus again, the hook. So
Who the boss? 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 Akatsuki datang berkabus, swag.
right. So in this case, just by bringing the high pass filter up to about 80 hertz, all right. So you know it causes this bus compressor not to slam and not to smash it too much. Okay. So again, this is something that you do to taste, all right. So what I like is it's very, very subtle in this case, right? I just kind of want to leave it at just the max that it's kind of doing. It's about 1 dB here, right? I'm probably not going to touch the rest of it because each of these have a slightly different characteristic. I'll just leave this on the FG gray. Okay, cool. Right, the next thing, right? I'll move on to the next one. I have here is an instance of VMR, Virtual Mix Track again. So again, a couple here. There's a string of plugins which you can see. Well, not all of it is engaged, obviously. Okay, so right, this is a custom series, the Lift EQ. Again, very, very subtle. Right, this is set at a presence boost of just 1. This is not actually dB. Actually, this is actually it's just a arbitrary number that they've set along the scale, 0 to 10. Right, so it doesn't mean that this is 1 means that it's 1 dB. It's probably probably should experiment and do one day. I'll try and measure and exactly what does 1 mean here. So same thing here. I've got 1 low lift, all right. So this is more of a sub frequency, so it's doing at about 0.5. Because I already have this here, that's why I don't really need to sort of engage this. I feel that I don't have to, right? So maybe if there's some mixes which or some tracks which may be a little bit, you know, thin sounding or something like that, maybe I will engage this in. But for this moment, you know, I don't really need it. Okay, cool. The next one, a revival. So revival is a kind of like it's a sort of a sonic exciter, all right, sort of thing. Because with this you can add back a little bit of shimmer, a little bit of thickness to it. So let's engage it and see what happens.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Okay, all right. Don't really need it. Okay, I don't think it needs it. Right, because you see, it's kind of adding a little bit of that. You know, exciters work on like harmonic distortion, so it's creating a lot of the additional upper harmonics to it. So I usually don't use this in the mix, but it's there if I need to. Right, and even if I do, usually it's super subtle. You know, like 1. You know. Not more than 2 or 3, you know, my settings. But in this case, I don't feel it needs it. Okay, so FG Bomber, again, it's kind of it's one of the plugins that's inside VMR. So this is kind of like depending on how you use it, it can work as a compressor, and it can also work as a sort of an expander, right? So I have set it in such a way. It's very hard to explain actually what this plugin does, right? Because it's very unique. It's not unlike a compressor, right? It's not unlike a normal compressor. It's kind of a bit of both, compressor and expander. So usually you find a certain setting where it adds that amount of punch. But I can sort of show you that if I take it off, right, I think the whole mix is gonna lose a lot of energy once I take it off. So let's.
Who the boss? 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 Akatsuki, that the boss. Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Okay, reconnection. Oh, hey guys, the stream just disconnected for a short while. All right, for some weird reason. Okay, you should be back on now. Hey, okay, cool. Right. So next we have this trimmer here. Again, trimmer is just a transparent volume control. So again, it's not really doing anything. It's not doing anything to the mix. And last of all, again, I have this instance of virtual mix bus. Right. In this case, I put it to the 4000G setting. Okay, 4000G. It's a lot slightly cleaner than the 4000E. All right, less aggressive, because the G is actually it's a later revision of the SSL 4000. Okay, so this again is to simulate the workflow of working on a analog console, right? So everything is going through the different channels. It's all bused to different groups, and then finally on the master bus, we're simulating the mix bus section of an SSL compressor. Okay. Next, a couple of things I have. This is a Brainworks saturator. So again, saturators are there if you want to sort of add a bit of excitement, a little bit. I kind of use this more towards in the in the mastering side of things. But so in this case, this is also bypassed. And last but not least, all right, this is the virtual tape machine. Okay, again, so we are trying to simulate the workflow. So coming out of, let's say we are mixing down to, let's say a half-inch a 2-track machine, right? So again, I don't want to go too much detail into explaining of what all this works, but in this case, I'll just show you what I use. 30 IPS, all right. 30 IPS has a much more wider frequency response, so you get a lot more highs, all right, and more fidelity to it. So half-inch 2-track, this is usually what mastering and mix down. When you mix down to the half-inch 2-track tape format. Okay, and the tape type FG9. Again, FG9. It's based on the sonic characteristics of a Quanta G GP9 analog tape. All right. So again, that's a type of that's a brand of analog tape which has got a slightly wider frequency response as compared to the 456. Okay, but that's just a quick explanation of what I use it for. Okay, I have here, this is a generator. This is a tone generator. Okay, I have it there because sometimes I'll need to calibrate some external equipment, right? So for example, when I do a mix down, I mix it down, running it through a pair of Focusrite. So Focusrite preamps, all right? So I want to get that sound. I want to get the a little bit of that analog flavor, so to speak, in the mix. So I actually run a hybrid setup. It runs out to out from my computer, out from my converters into the Focusrite, right? And then back in again through my converters again, where I sort of capture it. So I need to use this to sort of calibrate the preamps every time before I do a mix down. Okay, cool. So that's basically what it is. So I just set the C4. So again, very, very mild. The virtual bus compressor, again, just gonna be 1 dB only. Yeah. Or maybe a bit more. See, not much. Just generally just 1 dB. All right, and I don't want it to react so much to the kick drum. Okay, so it doesn't suck in the entire mix. It doesn't squash. It doesn't end up being sounds too squash, which is again is not appropriate, not really appropriate for hip hop. Okay, cool. Let's bring in all the other elements, man. So let's go with let's work in the chorus first. All right, let's go with this one. This is the brass.
Akatsuki datang berkabus, swag MC. Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Okay. Okay. It's a little bit of honkiness at about 1K, but you know, it is typical of brass instruments to have a little bit of, you know, the honkiness, but it kind of starts interfering with the vocals. So just gonna dip out a little bit of 1K.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Okay, let's check it out. Let's check it out. The bell. What's this bell doing? Cool. Yeah. Okay, cool. So what I want to do with this bell is I kind of want to give it a bit of width because this is it's pretty much a mono sound source. So simplest ways of adding width is maybe a bit of reverb. Let's see what it does. Yeah, I think that's cool. You know, just to give it a bit of width, all right? So maybe the room as well. Yeah, just a little bit. Okay, that's cool. Let's move on to the next one. Cool. You got a little bit of this whistle. It's called whistle. It's more like a little synth, like a Moog synth kind of a thing going on. Cool. I think what I want to use on this and probably on the brass is the Waves MV2. So MV2 is, again, there's very hard to describe. There's very few other plugins that does what MV2 does because it's a combination of it does what it's a combination of, again, a combination of an expander and also a compressor. So it has two settings, very, very simple, right? You can either you have your what we call the low level compression. So low level compression is kind of like expansion / parallel compression because what it does, it's going to bring up all the low level and softer elements without touching all the loud stuff, you see. So I find this very, very useful because if you use a normal compressor, yes, you can bring up all the low level detail, but what it does, you know, what a compressor does, you know, a regular compressor does, it to achieve that result is that it has to slam down and bring down all those peaks. In this case, using MV2, all right, you have with this low level compression, you're bringing up all the low level detail stuff, but you're not touching and affecting the peaks as well. Okay, but having said that, if you want to use it as a normal compressor, right, it does have this high level which functions like what a normal compressor does. Okay, bringing down all the peaks. So let's check it out. Let's check the whistle part out. Just gonna bring this up. Okay, the reason why we want to use it because I'm kind of hearing all that little the wobbly stuff and some of the delay tails. I kind of want to bring up all the weirdness that's underneath. Otherwise, it just sounds like a very, very plain synth kind of a line, you see. So let's bring that up and see. See? All right. right, cool. All right. So it helps to bring out all the warbly, that low level detail, all that warbliness, right? Is compared to just leave it plain. Let's EQ it a little bit more.
Yo, we the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss?
Okay, cool. All right.
Who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Cool. I feel that the brass needs a little bit of body.
Swag MC semua berambus. Masa tak ada masa lah yang masa yang laga macam bagus.
Very cool. Okay, let's move on next. What do we have here? All right, what are the other stuff that we have here? So these are some of the effects tracks. Effects hit. Right, some kind of like a windy space effect thingy. Okay, let's make it much more spacier, much more reverby. So let's add a reverb. Okay. Now for some of these effect stuff, I don't really need to how to say, you don't really need to add put in the virtual tape machine and all that, because it's not really necessary. Okay, because these are effects and one-off things. Okay, let's look at what we're gonna put. Let's take a look at Verb Suite. Okay, haven't used this in a while. Okay, there's too many options of reverbs that I have there. So Verb Suite comes again with Slate Digital bundle. So let's just look for something. Right, I want to make it very, very spacey, very, very hall-like. So let's add miscellaneous. Yep, something like a cathedral. All right, let's check it out. Yeah, okay. So yes, very ambient. Let's see. Okay, that's dry. 50-50 maybe? Yep. Just give it a bit of spaciness, a bit of ambience there. Let's see, what is this? FX Vox. Oh, okay, all right. So this is a... Okay, let's not... Don't really need all the top end of that. Okay, cool. Okay, I want to bring up the delay tails, which are at the end, because when the whole beat comes in, it kind of gets a little bit buried. So again, MV2 is very, very great for this kind of stuff, for bringing all the low level detail. You know, it helps to increase detail, right, without touching and affecting all the transients without affecting the peaks. So let's bring up MV2 again. Yep, so it evens out all it helps to bring out all the delay tails. Let's see how it sounds in context, okay? Okay, we need to compensate the output. Yep, otherwise you see the very last few of those vocal samples, right? It gets buried, right? If we don't find a way to bring it up. Okay, let's look at FX Buzz. Okay, cool, all right. A little buzzy sound going on over there. Okay, I've got an idea of what I'd like to do with this. Not only do I want to make it a little bit spacier, not only want to do it, but I think I want to give it a bit of motion, you know. I want to make it like move around a little bit. So let's post it to, let's say, this group here. Okay, I've got a lot of spare group channels here. Let's name this FX Buzz. Buzz. And what I'm gonna do over here, there are a couple of things that I can play around with. Let's do a bit of auto pan, right? So let's have it like kind of dance around in the mix, all right? So especially if you're listening on the headphones, all right, it can be pretty cool. Let's take a look. Okay, let's bring it up. Okay, because it's pretty soft, what I need to do is probably let's bring up the pre-gain. There we go. Okay, let's reduce the width a little bit, all right? Let's not have it too wide, okay? Let's bring it up. Right, again, this is more for, so it's got a bit of sonic interest going on, right? So instead of just staying straight mono in one spot, you know, it kind of dances around a little bit. Okay, cool. And let's not forget what I wanted to add just now. Let's add a bit of, okay, right. I want to add a bit of reverb, but I don't want to put a stereo reverb because again, if I put a stereo reverb, sometimes if you put stereo on everything, it becomes a little bit too washy. So let's put a mono reverb, and I've got this one, which is very, very super simple to use, but you know, I love the way it sounds. This is from Sound Toys, the little plate, okay? So let's just put that in and see how it sounds. Okay. Let's make the low cut so we don't have too much of the low cut. All right, maybe a bit longer. Okay, let me bring this at post fader and see. Yeah, so just to give it a little bit more depth, but without it having, you know, like a wide stereo spread to it, because I don't really want that. Okay, because you're already getting some of the stereo motion from the auto pan, which I'm kind of adding to it. So don't really need to. So cool, just a little bit, very, very tiny subtle things just to help things sort of sit in the mix, you know, a bit of interesting motion to the different elements in the song. So not everything is like straight up mono, you see. Okay, cool. Let's move to this little thing now. Okay, which I call it the woof, which is labeled intro woof. Okay, so this is how it sounds. Okay, yeah, so let's play with this one. Okay, right, with this, I again probably not gonna go with the same with the previous vocal chains. This one I keep it a lot simpler. Okay, what I have done for these is I've sent this to a group, and I want to treat and I want to process this as a group. Okay. Hey, thanks guys for whoever's still staying with me. All right. Hope you guys are entertained and found everything kind of useful. Okay. Now, if you have the time, please leave a like to this live stream video, and if you haven't subscribed already, what you waiting for, man? All right, go to the subscribe button somewhere around around here, around there. Click subscribe, okay? All right, let's take a look again. Take a look at the wolf. All right, so I have grouped all of this right into one group, so I can treat them all as one. Let's pan it. Let's go all the way. Left, right, hard left, hard right. Okay, cool. So, whenever I'm doing like this kind of group or gang vocals, I will run it through a couple of things. So instead of I keep it a little bit more simple, right? So let's just check around with the EQ first. Yeah, let's. Okay, you get a bit of a resonance here. See that frequency? Yeah. Okay, don't really need all that top end. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, so I like to run with group vocals and group stuff like this. Okay, I kind of like to use the good old trusted LA2A because it's stupidly simple. All right, it's just peak reduction and gain. That's two settings. That's all, man. Just a little bit. Okay, touch of reverb. Okay, so this one is another reverb that's available out there. Okay, this is UAD's EMT 140. So this is the model of a EMT 140 plate reverb. Okay, let's check it out. All right. Ooh, let's. Okay, let's listen in context. Alright, okay. See, the reverb is, I'm going to touch around with the EQ again a little bit because the reverb is causing some of that, the frequencies to sort of build up. About 300. Okay, right, but when I cut out 300, I sort of want to bring back a little bit of that body, okay? Okay, probably want to tweak a little bit more on the input filter because let me take a look. My eyes aren't as good, man. Let me look closely at the screen. Okay, cool. So you can see here this input filter here on this EQ. What it can do as well, because I feel that the reverb is causing a little bit of the low mid build up, right? So your input filter here is you can sort of filter out the signal that's being fed to the reverb. So you can go all the way up to like about 300. 270, I guess. Let's bring it up to about this and let's see how it sounds. All right, because this is off. Yeah, that's too much of that low end build up caused by the reverb. So let's bring it up. Yep. Yeah, I kind of like it all the way up there, man. That's about 300 hertz. So what this does is on the reverb, right, it filters out everything that's like 300 below, so that it doesn't, the reverb doesn't react, so it doesn't, basically, it cleans up the low end of the reverb. So it's very important, right? You not only do you EQ your instruments, your vocals, but even your effects and your and applying EQ to stuff like your reverb and delays is very important as well, right? So very quickly, so like for most of the delays that I've been using, okay, they've all also been EQ'd as well. So let's take a look at, let's say, the super tap here, right? Again, like for this super tap, which I use for the room emulation, it's high pass filter at 200 and another low pass high cut at 10K. So pretty much the same, even with the doubler, also the same thing, 200 and 10K. Again, I don't need anything below 200, right? It's all muddiness anyway. Same goes with the mono delay. Stereo delay, I think I go even lower with the high cut. Yeah, so with the stereo delay, everything above 3K, I start to roll off everything above 3K already. Again, you don't want to end up, you want to EQ your reverbs and your delays because you don't want your mix to end up sounding very, very spitty, very bright and harsh, you see. So this helps to sort of control all that spitty high end. So let's take a look again how it sounds. Maybe not all the way hard left, hard right. Let's keep it a little bit more. Because to me, it kind of loses a bit of power when it's too wide. I brought the buzz up just a tiny bit because I found it gives a bit more interest to it. Okay, cool. Right, let's just listen to the track with what we have now.
We're the boss, not Hugo. Who the boss? Not you bro. Better macam beto, kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan doi cakap bukan. Kau semua MC macam ini sukan. Akatsuki satu pertubuhan. Korang semua dipersetubuhkan. Ya. Haram je, guna pensel tembak tubi-tubi macam korang haram be. Apa barang main barang way, dapat soul slay but be lu masih sarang hey. Cosa Nostra, no Madonna, ma, dona perkosa prosa, fire bossa, supernova. Bila buka point, atas tubuh. Korang perasan doi cakap bukan. Kau semua MC macam ini sukan. Akatsuki satu pertubuhan. Korang semua macam korang haram be. Apa barang main barang way, dapat soul slay but be lu masih sarang hey.
Okay, very cool. Okay, cool. So a couple more other instruments that come into play. So like during this last parts, there's a bit of some strings going on. So let's check it out. Okay, very cool. And it goes in the chorus as well. Yep. All right, cool. So what I'm going to show you, what I like to do on strings, okay? Right. Well, just to sort of make my job a little bit easier, okay? I have the same thing, all right? Virtual tape machine, same thing, VMR. This time when I'm engaging the FE73, right, I keep the virtual drive low because I want it to be as clean as possible. But the next thing that I have here is the Wave C4. So I showed you the C4 which I had on the master bus. This is how I'm going to apply it on strings. So there is a cool, very useful preset which is called the upward compressor, upward comp plus 5 dB, right? So I've sort of tweaked around it a little bit as well. So what this is upward compressor is basically means that it's an expander, right? So similarly, what I'm doing is I'm trying to bring up all the low level detail, right? The softer and the lower notes, and bring it up whilst not affecting the peaks, you see. So let's take a look, see what it does to the strings. This is what I like. Let's bring the threshold down. So it's gonna be pretty much acting all the way throughout, you see, right? So, but the way the curve and the the response is that it's not gonna be very drastic. This functions more as an expander to help bring up all the low level stuff. Okay, let's check it out again. Okay, the next thing I'm gonna do is definitely gonna EQ this. All right, with strings, all right. I'm going to roll out whatever's not necessary. Okay, so with strings, there's also usually some resonances. All right, this is making it a little bit honky. Slightly wider. And about 3.5 is also a bit of it, you know, the rosin resonance. So, you know, when we talk about strings and all that, you know, we want to hear the bow, we want to hear the sound of the bow on the strings, but we don't want to hear the rosin, which is the element, the powder which is used to rub onto the bow, right? So that can always, you know, sound a little raspy, a little bit harsh. So that's why I'm trying to reduce there. Okay, so here we go. Let's balance it. Let's just blend it in.
Akatsuki datang berkabut.
Cosa Nostra, no Madonna, ma Dona per Corsa Prosa, Fireball Sa, Supernova, bila buka point lu terus koma.
Okay, cool. Right. So what I noticed is that in the verse, right, this is a little louder, right, and when it goes to the chorus, it goes to the higher register. So I feel that when it goes to higher register, it kind of gets lost a bit. So let's see.
Cosa Nostra, no Madonna, ma Dona per Corsa Prosa, Fireball Sa, Supernova, bila buka point lu terus
So I'm gonna automate it a little bit. Not much, right? Just gonna bring it up in the choruses by about 1.5 dB. Yeah. So in the verse it goes at 6.5, and then when it hits the chorus, it's back up to -5. So let's check it out. Where does this happen again?
Wah kami tenang and rest with the beats. Korang bapak kami level atuk. Sarung durek kat kepala. Akatsuki
Let's bring this back down.
Akatsuki kamu seluruh orang rest in peace. Wah kami tenang and rest with the beat. Bapak kami level atuk. Sarung durek kat kepala. Takut jenis yang pakai jeans tapi suka skirt. Kami freestyle tak ada jenis written word.
Okay, and again, when it hits back the chorus, let's bring it back up. And the back is also in the chorus. Okay, cool. All right. Let's take a look at the second string track and what it's doing. Oh, it sounds like a kind of a effecty horror movie effect thing, actually. Okay, with this, let's just leave this C4 thing in because I kind of like what it's doing anyway. All right, let's see what's happening. Okay, yeah, that's cool, perfectly cool. So just a bit of EQ, let's just high pass everything about 150. Okay, cool. So that's the strings, all right? Let's move on to the next element that we're missing out, the wah. Wah. What's the wah doing? Very cool. Now with stuff like wah, all right, usually there's really not much EQing to do. There's really not much to do because it's the characteristic of that sound. So with wahs, there is gonna be some of the resonances because that's the nature of the thing, right? So you are moving that filter around. The wah is essentially a filter essentially a resonant filter. So as the wah effect moves around, all right, it's going to cause certain frequencies to resonate. Well, that is the characteristic of what a wah effect is supposed to be. So, unless it's really doing something volume wise is ridiculous, usually EQ wise I don't really do much, because if you start EQing out these kind of resonances and all that, you're kind of removing what makes it a wah sound in the first place. Okay, so let's check it out how it goes. Yeah, so okay, I like what it's doing. Okay, well, CPU is kind of choking a little bit because I'm running so many plugins. Right, time to upgrade. I'm running on fairly old by 2020 standards. Right, I'm still running like a second or third generation i7, which is pretty good for most situations. Right, I don't really need to freeze any tracks, but it seems to be starting to choke a little bit. Okay, hopefully it doesn't need to lah. Okay, so synth. This synth part is happening in the second verse, where Kwai's verse. Let's see what it does. Oh, it functions more like a pad, yeah. Again, special effects and something like that, you all this with this resonant effects and resonant filter stuff. Again, you don't want to EQ it too much. Just take out all the super lows and take out all the super highs and kind of leave it that way. All right. So where we refer to all the ugliness and all that with all those peaking resonances, I'll just leave it in there, because again, that's the characteristic of the sound. If you do too much to it, you are changing the sound already. Okay, and that's not what the intention of the producer or the arranger is when they picked and when they selected or processed that sound in that particular way.
Muda belum lagi gerak, kami sudah tua, awet ludah tua, bila ludah verse, ya, we the boss, we the boy bukan asbat, pulling one place and up, direct the babu akad.
Cool, yeah. So I really like what it does, because it builds up, and it brings that aura or that all that tension. It adds and builds the tension, it builds it up, and the payoff is when the chorus kind of kicks back in again. All right. So, okay, now there is one thing that's kind of bothering me now, is that when it gets to just before going into the choruses, right, the woofs, it's a bit too wet. Okay, so probably need to automate that. Or maybe just... Okay, if I take it out, it's a bit too dry. So, okay, what I need to do is probably need to automate the mix. Okay, let's put it into automation right mode. Let's bring the... Okay, we should be able to see look at the mix parameter over here. So let's see how much. Okay, just a touch. Yeah, okay, cool. All right. Because when it's quiet, when there's nothing going on, all right, the it's too much reverb on that part, which just sounds really, really off, okay? So you just need to automate all of this. Okay, cool. Right, what's next? Just give me a second, man. All right. Let me use a little bit of this vocalies because I've been talking for like 3 hours plus. And thanks, man, for you guys for still hanging around. All right, listening to me sort of talk and watching me go through the process for all this while. Okay, almost there, man. Okay, there's a little bit of this this little intro thing. Let's play around with it. The artist tag. Cool. All right. Okay. All right. Nothing much to do. I will probably just put the same vocal processing chain that I have. Same one. Let's see what can we do to it. Okay, a little bit of. Okay, bit of resonance there. Okay. Very, very cute sounding. Maybe a stereo delay. Let's see how it sounds. All right, cool, right? Nothing super complicated, right? Because that's this is the signature of the artist, man. Okay, let's pan it a little bit. I think if we keep it dry, I think it works already, Just have it compressed, that's all. Probably even less of the room effect. Let's bring it down to about minus 4.5. Roughly. Yeah, okay. That's just about right? Don't want too much of the ambient effect there. Okay, cool. Right. And that's pretty much all of it, actually. Okay, so now a couple more things that I kind of want to show you, right? So there are a few other things which I would usually normally do, like to sort of create a bit of dynamics, so to speak, in a mix, okay? Because especially when it comes to program stuff or very sample-based stuff, sometimes a lot of the elements are very, very static, So in a mix, you have to try and create a little bit of dynamics. Otherwise, there's no contrast when the chorus or when the chorus kicks in, it doesn't end up being bigger or more impactful than the verses, right? So a little bit more of automation, some of this fine-tuning will need to be done, okay, at a later stage, okay. But this is kind of one thing which I would sometimes do. So first one would be related to bass, okay. So let's take a look at the bass, right? So very often when I get to the chorus, I will let's play around with this a little bit more. All right. Okay. Let's see what can I do with this MV2. Chorus, bass, bass, bass. Here we go again.
Akatsuki, that who the boss? 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 Who the boss?
Okay, right. MV2 is really not really helping again because it's very 808s. You know, a very usually like a static. It's a sine wave along with some of its upper harmonics. So MV2 is not really helping out in this case, right? But what I wanted to get to is that I do a little bit of a slight EQ automation when it comes to the choruses. So I like to just do a tiny bump up of the low end of the bass, all right, whenever we hit the chorus. So let's gonna do that right now. Okay, so this is very subtle. So every time the chorus kicks in, the bass is gonna, you have like about 1 dB, a little bit more low end. Okay, we're gonna repeat this. The same thing that all the choruses. Alright, sorry, I'm moving on really fast. If I'm a little bit too fast for you, hold on, yeah. Cool. So every time the chorus kicks in, alright, the bass is gonna be like just that tiny bit, a little bit more low end, okay? Just 1 dB. Okay, another thing which I sort of want to do is I want to give it a try, okay? All right, I want to try something. This is quite recent, right? And I've really fell in love with this plugin. Let's just try it on. So this is comes with plugin alliances, a mega bundle, right? So this is, it's really become one of my favorite like mix bus compressors or processors which I put on the mix bus or for mastering, and this is the SPL Iron. Okay, Iron. So what's great about this is that this is like a mastering grade compressor, right? So the cool thing is that it can, not only does it work in the normal stereo configuration, so you have 1 or 2, channel 1, channel 2. It also works in where is it? Yeah, here you go. It also works in MS mode. So this can also be an MS compressor. MS here referring to mid side, right? So you can process only, have different settings for the middle of the mix, and you can also process the sides separately. So this can be a very powerful processor if you know how to use it. Okay, right, all right. Or you can also abuse it as well. So I usually call up this little preset here called the mix bus. Okay, because this is again, what this does is super subtle, very subtle. Okay, different settings here, right? You can always change the type of rectifier, silicon, LED, which is more like opto, I guess. Okay, germanium, yada. Okay, but I kind of like the silicon, right? Much more transparent, the most transparent setting. But what's important here is I want to disengage the parameter link, because with parameter link, what you do is if you tweak one parameter on one side, it also makes the other one jump to the same setting and by the same amount. So let's disengage the parameter link so I can tweak it. So again, I'm not looking for more than 1 dB here. Again, very subtle. Okay, super subtle. Okay, but one thing I want to make sure here is that on this output, all right, I would disengage this to make sure that this is 0, and to sort of compensate as well, right? Because before this is +2, right? So bring this down to 0 because I don't want it to add volume, you see, because otherwise it's a bit deceiving, right? It automatically sounds better. So this is, let's take away the +2, and equivalently for the sides, I have to compensate. Let's bring this down to +4, or sometimes +2, right? It depends. All right, let's just leave it at +4 at the moment. So let's just see how it sounds. Right, I really love Iron because firstly, a couple of things, right? It really adds a lot of size and bigness to it because of the MS processing, you see. So obviously it's very subtle, all right? It's very subtle, but to me, one of the things that it really helps is to add that element of size. So you can also, there are a couple of other things can also take a look at, right? So obviously very important, it has the mono maker. It ensures that, everything below 60 hertz remains mono, because again, you do not want your 808s, you don't want your kicks to be spreading to your left and right of your stereo field. Okay, that would be weird. You can of course play with stereo width and also a good old parallel. So in this case, I usually just kind of leave it at 50-50, right? More than 50, it's a bit too much already, lah. Right? It's way too much, and you're gonna get maybe some phasing issues. It sounds a bit too phasey, okay? Right, so for me, 50% is kind of the way to go. Another cool thing, all right, is that it also has got a couple of settings here, right? At the moment, it's at bypass, but it's also got what we could just say then call the air and bass. So similar to what some of the EQs, the EQs that I have in my master bus, this also kind of sometimes add a very subtle lift to the bass low end and also to the airy high end, right? So you can sometimes play around with it, right? So let's take a look.
Akatsuki satu pertubuhan, korang semua dipersetubuhkan. Haram je, guna pensel tembak tubi-tubi macam korang haram be. Apa barang main barang weh, dapat soul slay, but be lu masih sarang hey. Cosa Nostra, nama dona, ma, dona perkosa prosa, fireball sa, supernova, bila buka point lu.
Yeah, it adds a little bit. I kind of like what it does. All right. So on the other hand, the other option you have is also what we call tape roll off. So sometimes if you want a slightly more darker, or if you're mixing with a lot of elements, which is very a little bit harsh on the high end, if you engage the tape roll off, it will have a gentle roll off. So let's say you're listening to tape.
Cosa Nostra, nama dona, ma, dona perkosa prosa, fireball sa, supernova, bila buka point lu terus koma.
I actually kind of like what the tape roll-off setting is doing, actually, because this track is a little bit more darker sounding. It's not strictly very pop. The air and bass was nice at first, right? But again, this is where the smiley curve EQs can sometimes be deceiving. You see, it makes it I suspect, right, very likely that if I were to mix this down with the air and bass setting, I'll probably, when I come back and listen to it again the next day, I'll probably kind of regret it, right? Because it's probably sounds a bit too bright. Okay, so let's keep it at the tape roll-off setting, and again, you can see the meters are just barely moving, so we're hardly, it's just acting, just adding a little tiny touch of a little bit of extra compression to it, right? It just does a little bit, sprinkles a little bit of magic to it. Okay, so that's SPL Iron for you. Okay, now last thing, all right. Okay, would be again back to the what I talked about the dynamics in the song. Okay, so when it comes to the chorus, and this is actually very common and a very old trick, right, so to speak, okay, is to automate the master volume level. So what I do is that when you get to the chorus, what I'm going to do is I'm going to automate the master fader so that it's about a dB louder, right? So I'm going to show you how I'm going to do this, okay? So it's a very subtle thing. You just bring it overall louder. You're not increasing the compression, by the way, right? That's why also it's very important that all these compressors are pre-fader. Okay, so this green level shows the green pre-fader, right? So that when you automate the master volume, you are not actually pushing into the compressors. This is all post all the compressors. Okay, granted the virtual tape machine is after that, but it's a different kind of thing. It's not a compressor like what we have up here. So just gonna show you what we're gonna do every time we hit the chorus. Okay.
Cosa Nostra, La Madonna, Ma, Dona Perkosa
Okay,
Prosa,
let's automate it.
Kaya Bossa, Supernova,
1,
Bila buka palu, terus koma.
1, 2, 4. Okay, super simple. All right, let's just do a little bit, so a ramp up, so that when he hits the chorus, it's just about a dB louder.
Bila buka palu, terus koma.
Akatsuki datang berkabus, Swag MC semua berambus. Masa tak ada masalah, yang masa yang laga macam bagus. Wah.
Okay, right, and then when you get back to the core, back to the verse, we bring it back down again. 1, 2, 1, 2, 4.
Akatsuki datang
Okay, obviously, you can refine this, right? Okay, you want this volume change, this automation to be a ramp, because you don't want it to be sudden. So because you want the volume change, dynamic change to be a little bit more, to be subtle, you see. You don't want the listener to obviously detect that, oh, suddenly the volume went up louder, right? So it's a very subtle thing. It's more of a psychological effect. So let's do that for every chorus. Right, instead of having to do the same automation moves, I just copy and paste over to this chorus. Right, here we go. Oh, why it didn't? Okay, here we go. Where is it? Bar 75. Okay. There we go. Okay, moving right to the last chorus. Same thing. Let's apply the same thing. Right here. Right now. And obviously, because this is the last chorus, right, this does not need to go down. We can just leave it up there at 1 dB. So you can see, right, the master fader is gonna ride up about a dB every time the choruses. You can try experimenting, right? But for me personally, not more than 1 dB. When you put it up to about 1.5, to me it's too obvious. It sounds like there's been a volume change. Somebody just went and turned up the volume on your volume control without asking your permission. You see, so 1 dB is subtle enough so that it feels more exciting. It feels bigger. It feels more impactful. Choruses will feel a little bit more impactful without it sounding like it's been an obvious volume change. Okay, cool. All right, so that's I'm pretty happy with what I have, actually. Okay, cool. And I really appreciate that you guys have been watching for all this while, almost 4 hours already. So thank you for those who have stuck around for all this while, man. What I want you, what happens next is that very often, right, because this is the first pass, very often I'll kind of leave the mix where it is, and I'll come back and check it again, tomorrow, the following day, to see how it sounds, because very often I let my ears rest. We take a little bit of an ear break, come back again and tweak around, and probably feel that I need to tweak around and automate a little bit further. Okay, so this is the first initial pass of the song, and maybe what I do now is let's listen to the whole track again, right? But before we do that, maybe let me just kind of repeat again. Okay, hey, so how we are running this, why I'm sort of doing this kind of a MixStream series is because obviously, of what we are all going through now with the COVID-19 pandemic all around the world. Obviously, the ways and the sources of how musicians and how acts sort of find income and some revenue. Yeah, without any shows, without any live gigs, there's no way that they can find make some income. So through this, right, we have to think of maybe it's an innovative, it's a kind of a different way of working. So what I want to do with MixStream is I want to showcase, I want to feature, independent acts and independent music. So in the process of doing so, what you for you guys who are watching and viewing, so how you can sort of contribute is by a couple of ways. Okay, so as you can sort of see here, all right, around here, right. One of the platforms that I've set up is the crowdfunding website called Patreon. So if you guys head on down there, all right, so you can sort of pledge. You can pledge and sort of do a subscription. It's a subscription based program, all right. So you can subscribe for either we just ask for probably just a month, okay. But if you are generous and gracious and willing to stick around for a little bit longer, of course it helps to support and maintain the channel, okay. But what happens is that 50% of all this revenue is going to go to the featured artists. So it's going to go to the guys of Akatsuki, okay. So if you sign up to become a Patreon, you're right, okay. If you sign up at our Patreon site, right, so 50% of the income and revenue that's going to be generated from this stream, okay, is going to go towards the artist and towards the band. You can also, all right, alternatively, you can also use, or if you don't want to do this monthly subscription thing, you can also do a one-off contribution, either via PayPal or doing it online transfer. But I really encourage, either using Patreon, all right, or PayPal, because it's very transparent, right? Because if you go into doing the online transfers, I know it's easy, but it's much more for transparency purposes that I use Patreon, okay? All right. So do sign up, all right? So again, I'm going to leave up all the info in the description later. You can always check it out. So let's do a final mix down of the whole track. So now, I mentioned earlier that I run a sort of a hybrid mixing setup. So even though I'm mixing in a box, right, it's digitally, but I run the output of my converters through a pair of Focusrite ISA preamps, all right? So I go into the line, and then from it's going to run through the Focusrite preamp with all the transformers and all its analog goodies inside, and then out from the preamp, it's captured back into my AD converter and reprinted as a file. So this is kind of a hybrid way of working. So let's take a look. Let's do that right now. Okay. So let me double check. Okay. So my input is here. Okay. Let me set up my inputs properly. Okay. All right. Okay. It's a weird bug with the latest drivers where sometimes it doesn't remember what my input routings are. So even though you save it, sometimes you open up the session, it forgets it. Okay, bugs. With the software drivers that happens. Okay, cool. So very important. Okay, obviously you want to set the start and the end point. You're right, your left and right marker. So that's where we're gonna capture it. And let me just double check, make sure that the reverb tail we don't miss out. So let's punch out about at bar 111. Okay, cool. So remember what I mentioned? I have the generator, the tone generator just now to calibrate. I'm not going to do this right now because it's going to be super loud for you guys when you listen on the end. I don't want you guys to blow your eardrums when I do that, okay? I've already sort of done it beforehand already. So let's check it out. We're going to be printing the entire mix, okay? So that it's going to punch out at bar 111. And enjoy, man. Sit back and enjoy the mix. If you have time while you're listening to it, I'll look through all the questions and comments that you have in the live chat. Thank you very much again, guys, for watching and staying tuned. Stay safe, okay? All right. Wash your hands frequently. Take care of your personal hygiene and all that. Practice your social distancing, and Remember, go ahead, please leave a like on this video. Okay. Your questions and comments, please leave it down there. Okay. I run not only the MixStream but also a weekly Q&A session. So you have any questions regarding mixing, recording, mastering, music production, music business in general, all right? You leave your questions there, and I'll answer them in an episode every week as well. Okay. Remember to subscribe. Okay. Become a patron today, and stay tuned for the next one. I'll see you. Let's listen to Who the Boss by Akatsuki. All right, and when the track is out, make sure you guys support the group. All right, check it out and stream their music when it's out. Okay, here we go.
Not Hugo, who the boss? Not you bro. Better macam beto, kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh-tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Korang perasan doi cakap bukan. Tak semua MC macam ini sukan. Akatsuki satu pertubuhan. Korang semua dipersetubuhkan. Ya, haram je. Guna pensel tembak tubi-tubi macam korang haram be. Apa barang main barang way. Dapat soul slay but be lu masih say sarang hey, sarang hey. Cosa Nostra, nama Dona, ma. Dona perkosa prosa. Fire bossa. Supernova, bila buka point lu terus koma. Who the boss? 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 Akatsuki datang berkabus. Wack MC semua berambus. Masa tak ada masalah yang masa yang laga macam bagus. Macam bagus. Wah Spitfire, rumah terbakar tak jumpa tangga. I live in the bar, swinging punchline serupa Zangief. I'm so real, semua kena dengue. Ramai menganjing bila jumpa jadi Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo with the boss and the fall. Who be who? You be who? Bos aku mahal, lu tak cukup tambang. Mana Eminem warna kunyah kacang. MC kaki kencing jadi wakarang. Akatsuki flip girl di dalam perjam.
Yeah. Who the boss paling rough? Bila aku boss, korang semua jadi level staff. Akatsuki kamu seluruh orang, rest in peace. Wah kami tenang and rest with the beats. Korang bapak kami level atuk. Sarung durek kat kepala takut. Jenis yang pakai jeans tapi suka skirt. Kami freestyle tak ada jenis written word. Budak muda belum lagi gerak. Kami sudah tua. Awet ludah tua. Bila verse, yeah.
Oops. All right, so there's a little bit of audio dropout. So unfortunately, it's one of the settings, right? So it's probably because of the get a little spike on the CPU. So let me sort this out. Maybe I just very quickly freeze one of these guys. Right, I just probably need to freeze one or two of these ad-lib channels. It happens. Okay, cool. So one thing cool about this, right, about doing this kind of a print, mix print thing, is that I can always sort of leave off, where I did. I don't really have to go back and do everything from scratch again, okay? And I'm gonna take it off from where we left here. Oh, drop out again, okay? It's not behaving. Okay, all right.
With the beats.
Wow, recording audio dropout. It's okay. Well, CPU apparently is kind of choking a little bit. All right, let's see what else can I freeze a little bit more. Okay, let me freeze a few more other stuff. Let's get rid of this. Let's get off the saturator. Let's get rid of that. Okay, let's continue from here.
Gerak kami sudah tua, awet ludah tua, bila ke ludah verse, we the boss.
Oh wow, okay, all right. It is doing a lot of dropouts right now. Okay, let's start again from the top then. Okay, maybe that's what it needs to do. Okay, let me just play it without recording it. Okay, I'll do the mix print down.
Not true bro, better macam beto kuasa veto lu macam buto. Lirik tumbuh-tumbuh terus tumbuh atas tubuh. Rasa lo wicak semua sukan Tuhan dipersetubuhkan. Ya itu bi macam korang haram be. Apa barang main barang we dapat soul slay, but be lu masih say sarang he Cosa Nostra, nama dona ma dona perkosa prosa supernova. Bila buka point lu terus koma.
Hey guys, we are still here. You're still in the chat. Whoever's still around, right? Obviously, the CPU is starting to choke right at this very point in time. Okay. Let me just maybe free some of the additional tracks here. Okay. Thanks again, guys. If you are still hanging around for watching this, okay, thank you for tuning in. We have a couple more next week, okay, already lined up. The next week's episode is either gonna be a pop punk band. So if you are a fan of pop punk music, do check it out. I also have one more project which I'm worked on with. Is a singer-songwriter, right? It's a female singer-songwriter project. So we run all and feature all sort of different styles of music here, right? So it could be hip hop on this program. It could be hip hop, could be rock, could be like metal, could be pop, could be a ballad, could be a singer-songwriter, folky singer-songwriter from one week to another. So again, do stay tuned, okay? Subscribe to the channel, okay? If you can, take a look and consider becoming a patron, right? Remember, again, I'm running a special offer, right? So for those of you who sign up to become a direct access, VIP access level patron, are going to get this CD. Obviously, I'm only going to mail it to you after the whole MCO is being lifted, lah. All right, okay? Not now, okay? All right. So if you are there, I will definitely contact you for those who are watching who are already direct access and VIP access tier patrons. I will be contacting you because I'm gonna need your Mailing addresses, okay. And stay tuned, man, for when the song is released. Take care, guys. Let's do that one more time. Okay, looks like I've got to have to sort this out and start the rendering and freezing down tracks. Okay, good night, guys. All right, I'll keep you posted. All right, please stay tuned or updates on when this song is gonna be out. All right. Again, go and support Akatsuki's social media channels. Go and check it out. Everything I'm gonna leave in the description below. All right, take care. Good night. I'll see you again real soon in the next one. Okay? Bye.